This was my feeling. Something like such. Birth. Loss of mercy. Candidly. In. Thing. Refuge me.
Well, hello there. Hello, everyone. Hope all of you are doing well. Coming in with a later stream this Friday. Was planning to be doing some stuff with Sunday, but he decided to do a later stream, get tired. You know, he gets tuckered out. Little guy. Got to be able to lie down a little bit. But that's okay. Ultimately, it's not a huge deal because I mostly am wanting to spend time doing something a little bit different anyway. And that time is pretty particular. I want to spend time talking about a couple responses that I've had to so far, the parts in the in what I've done on the PhilosophyTube responses. I don't like going through a lot of those things one by one. That's not my jam. But there's one particular bit that people have come back to me over and over and over and over about. A lot of questions because it's a fair thing as I talk about it. That's like, hey, so what is it that exactly we're doing here? How are we? How is, as I say in the video, focusing on oneself, how is that fascist? And so it's a phrase I use inside of the video a couple times. It's a thing I think I've said a lot outside of it too, but that's not neither here nor there ultimately. I know Pippa. It's horrifying that Sunday stood me up like this. It's what he gets. It's wild. But he did have to watch more PhilosophyTube, so which is fine by me. So it's his penance as far as I'm concerned. But what I want to spend time talking about today is going on about self-help, and I want to talk about how self-help, why I call it fascist as a thing, why it's fascising, which is probably a better term, but you know, we talk fast sometimes. But I want to talk about how it works, how it's formed, the structure of self-help, and how it does what it does to us. Because one of the great challenges we have of our time is the dichotomy and understanding of how we can have an impact on the world. We live in a time where if I were to say, go get involved in politics, go change the world, the question that tends to be asked is, one, how do I do that? Two, I don't think I can. What am I supposed to do? And then three, shouldn't I focus on myself first? I have issues. And all of these things, we kind of separate out. We compartmentalize ourselves versus everything else. And capital and how capitalism works does this to us. We are built inside of it. And so as capital teaches us these things, as it sets us up for this, I would say loss, that'd be the phrasing I would probably use, this personal loss of like how we feel, why we feel, how we're set up. The underlying thing that we're missing is how we actually can affect change, but what that means. Because it's not that there is self-help. There's also not changing the world. There's not really a difference. And the first time we segregate ourselves from the world and we start focusing only on our things, ourselves, our own understandings, and we slice ourselves from the rest of the world as it operates, from there, the idea that we would be able to move forward at all is on its face problematic. So let's talk about where this starts. Let's talk about where this starts and why I make this commentary. Give me a second. I'm going to jump in. I just want to make sure I've got a couple of you here. I've got to get all the shit up for this because this is going to be it's an evening stream on the weekend. It'll probably get big at some point. But it is going to be a theory stream. So, where this starts, and we're going to get into anti-oedipus in this. There's no way I can talk about this without getting into anti-oedipus. We will talk about Nietzsche. They talk about Nietzsche, and specifically the part I'm talking about. But the very idea of what it means to be in this world. We are born into a world that exists before us and a world that exists around us. When you were born, when you are brought out and you are first spanked or start screaming, whatever the fuck happens to get you breathing, and you begin becoming stimulated by the world, this is not a neutral action. We pretend it is, but this is not neutral. You are not simply being stimulated by sound and all of these things that are just sort of without any political content or social content. You may not understand it. You don't abstractly get it, but everything hits you. As everything hits you and as you form the overall package of responses, as this stimuli sort of builds you up over time, what you find is that you start separating out the things that you can control from the things you can't, as determined by those people around you. When we're building, when we're growing, when we're doing these things, the biggest lie that's told to us is that it's under our control, or that we need to learn to control ourselves. We need to learn to watch what we do, that our parents are only preparing us for the world. All of these things over time build up a person who sees themselves as separated from the world around them. But you were made in that space, by them, with them, alongside them. The reading I want to go over today, and it's 343 in Anti-Oedipus. We're going to talk about forms of sovereignty and how we see ourselves and how we notice things. And there's some language I want to kind of go over when we do this. It's an important particularity in the language of how we use this. And it's going to be, I think, important that we start getting a couple of these things particularly right. Up here at the top, and you'll notice I'm just showing the beginning, the end of the last paragraph. I want to talk about the words that they're using. For Deleuze and Guattari, for myself, for a lot of other thinkers, this includes Nietzsche, to Freud, to Lacan, to Zizek, to Lapoujade, to, I don't know, fucking Julian, to just general critical theory. There's a lot of thought put into what it means for us to exist as individuals. I, Brooks, am an organism. When we talk about organisms, we tend to speak of a totality of a thing. I am an organism. I have a center, a mass, a soul, whatever you want to say. And then there's machinic elements around it. The machinic nature of, for example, this computer or driving a car. We have machines and we have organisms. Deleuze and Guattari want to sort of sidestep this conversation because that conversation leads us to wondering where those two collide. Oh, the organism and the machine together. Oh, well, it's one side than the other. Or am I machinic? Well, it means that it's deterministic. Or am I an organism with a soul, which means it's non-deterministic, whatever it may be. These things overall. Hey, sorry, 2 seconds. My son made me a Titan Pokemon out of 6 pieces that apparently broke when he took it upstairs. So it needs to go to the hospital, he said. So we'll do that later. But this collapsing we do of the large and small, the organism and the machinic, how these things come together and how we talk about them is kind of the crux of anti-oedipus as a work. So they want us to start having this conversation differently. The order is not that we go from the gregarious to selection, which means gregarious, the things at large, people, and then we select a person. Instead, what we do and how we function is that it's a multiplicity, that it is the chaos of things, the multitude of things. And from that, forms of selection performing the selection emerge. And from that, gregarious aggregates that result. There's a difference here, and it's an important difference. The next paragraph will get into why. So we are a multitude of desiring machines for them, but just think of it as a multitude of events and connective little elements that are firing off all the time with little bursts of energy, little bursts of all sorts of things. We are in mass, this thing. That's all that there is desiring machines. And from that, we see similarities. We form selections performing it. We select those things. And from that, we get the gregarious. To read and this is kind of their point as they're talking through this. This is how culture comes. This is how we find ourselves like similar people. This is how we decide gender, man, woman, social constructs, all of these things. They're not constructivist. D&G aren't constructivists in that sense, but instead it talks about how we are formed. We're formed, we build, we're built out of these things. And from these things, all is formed. So it's kind of a lot, but we'll keep going. What are these qualified forms? Formations of sovereignty, as Nietzsche said, that play a role of totalizing, unifying, signifying objectities, that assign organizations, lacks, and goals. Full bodies determine the different modes of the socius, veritable heavy aggregates of the earth, despot, and capital. Full bodies, clothed substances, which are distinguished from the full body without organs, or naked matter of molecular desiring production. We'll pause there. There's a lot said. The qualified forms, formations of sovereignty, ego formation, the class, the group, the race, the people, the village, the town, the city, the nation, whatever it may be. These things play a role of totalizing. If I say I'm a white American man, you've totalized me if you use those as not descriptions, but prescriptions. Oh, Brooks is an American. Americans are all this thing. We're totalized. We're unified as well in that. Americans are unified in this. We've done the selection process. We've got signifying objectities. The objectities, there's singular objective sort of elements inside of that assign organization, lacks, and goals. These things, what they will come to call preconscious interests, where I see myself, what I've totalized myself as, the identity I've claimed, the thing that I find unifies me, that signifies parts of me. This is what gives me organizations, lacks, and goals. The multiplicity doesn't have lack. It can't. That doesn't really make sense for things at that level of things. But at large, I can see myself. I put myself in a role. That role gives me goals, ideas, organizations, lacks, directs me in that way, because only through that segregation do we find that we have lacks, that we have goals that separate us from others. This full body, and there's a very specific reason they're using this term, but this full body determines different modes of social order, the socius, heavy aggregates of the earth, this thing that comes about through production. The way that they're phrasing this and the way I want to kind of try to explain this, because it is a lot. I appreciate it. But the way that they're playing with this is that when I have a total body, when I've said, I've got this body, I've got this thing coming out, I am a white man, I am queer, I'm a dad, I'm whatever you want to say, full-bodied or closed substances. My full body, the full body of the white man. What does that mean? The full body, the totalized thing. Distinguished from the full body without organs or the naked matter of deciding production. This isn't the productive process. This is the thing it yields. Think of you and your existence as an entire economy. The way that we would talk about Chinese goods, Vietnamese goods, doesn't really, inside of the country, these things don't matter. The way that we talk about production or workers or any of those things. Only once we've segregated out these larger bits, once we've created what in aggregate it means to have production in these styles, in these things, in these setups, then we come to the position of knowing what a thing ought to be, how a thing ought to behave, what it ought to be doing. And that comes, again, not descriptively, but prescriptively, that setup. I hope that makes sense, because this next line's the crux. If we wonder where these forms of force come from, it is evident that they are not to be explained in terms of goal or end, since they are what determines goals or ends. The force, the form of the force that goes towards the goal or end, it's what determines it. It's not where it comes from. It doesn't come from the force itself. The form or quality of the socius, which would be the form of production, the at large how things are produced, depends on a state or degree of intensive development of the productive forces, insofar as these forces define a man-nature independent of all the social formations and, or rather common to them all, the Marxists call the givens of useful labor. The form or quality of the socius is therefore itself produced, but as the unengendered, that is, as the natural or divine precondition of production, corresponding to a given degree to which it affixes a structural unity and parent goals to which it falls back. And there's a lot said here. We'll go through it bit by bit. I know, it's a lot. Apologies that it is a lot. There's not much you can do to get around that, to be frank. It is. But basically, we'll just go bit by bit. So the form or quality of the socius is therefore itself produced. I am produced at some point. The ego is produced. The person is produced. The white man is produced. The bourgeois, the proletariat, the elites, the magas, the form or quality of the socius is therefore itself produced, but is unengendered. The quality doesn't matter. There's a natural or divine precondition of production corresponding to a given degree towards where it affixes this unity, the goals. It falls back on all of this, whose forces it appropriates, determining selections. Capital is our version of this. Capital is our version of this because we somehow find a way to justify the idea that capital and markets, the production of capital, is somehow responsible for all of the things that have happened. It is the force. The reason that we're having a downturn in the economy, and we are having a severe downturn in the economy, just wait, is because the markets need to do this. This is the turn that is happening. The reason you feel despondent and depressed is because, well, for us, capital, but all of this flows down and becomes our problem. You as a worker, you as an individual, you as a productive capacity. It is your fault. When we are raised and we are taught by our families to control ourselves, that it's on us, that we are responsible, that we exist in a way away from society. And at the same time, we have a social order run by capital that, that we look to as that thing through which all of our meaning and value is generated. We live in a space that is not unlike that of the Christians, the priests, or the religious people that Nietzsche spoke about when he talked about the slave and the master and the priest, where we are separated from the world, separated from our desire. We focus internally to our own problems, and we are disconnected from what we understand to be the actual powers of the spaces. This is the deal. So you have a challenge with self-help as a thing. And you can see it in how a lot of them talk about it. And that's, I think, where we're going to end up having most of our conversation today, because I want to watch a little bit of, I had someone send a video. 1 second. Apologies. Oh, did Sunday raid in finally? Is he finally taking his break? Oh my, yes. Yes, he did. Hello, Sunday viewers. Hello, squids. It's good to see you. Ow, fuck. Fuck, ow. Hit my knee on my stupid desk. Yeah, so let's go ahead and do this then. We'll make our way in. All right. I don't want to go back to PhilosophyTube. Oh no. Let's do it. Fucking let's do it. Why not? This is my brand now, apparently. This is my brand now. Fuck. Fine. Let's do it. Blah, 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 blah. It's the worst thing ever. And, where do I want to even start? God, this is frustrating. All right. Let's head over to nope, that's the wrong one. Up. There we go. And, I reformatted my entire computer, so everything got completely fucked up. As probably any of you who've been watching know that I tend to fuck with everything far too much. And there we go. PhilosophyTube. It's great to have you back. It's been too long. It's been, what, a couple days? Fuck. Things I get talked into. All right. That seems to be pretty good. Let's make sure it's playing.
PhilosophyTube.
That's great. You can hear her for sure. All right. We're going to skip a little bit of this beginning. So, there's a couple of things that are worth making comments at first. The first is that Jordan Peterson at no point is doing phenomenology. No matter how you may consider what phenomenology is or what you're looking at it from a thing, it is not phenomenology. Phenomenology is it's hard for me to even describe how it relates to Jung as a thing because it's entirely incompatible with phenomenology. Jungian analysis, I would be extremely hard pressed to have a conversation in any meaningful way. I'm most familiar with Husserl and Ponty. Merleau-Ponty, if you ever get a chance to read, is fucking amazing as a writer, like just in general. We're going to take a little bit of before we get into it, we're going to take a little bit of a sidestep into Ponty via Plato. Via plato.stanford.edu, not proper Plato. That's not what I'm going to say. For Ponty, Merleau-Ponty's lifelong interest in the philosophical status of perception, which is what it's about. That's what phenomenology is about perception, the apperception, the perception, the nature of phenomena, which is more of a Kantian style term and kind of comes from that. Here he proposes to synthesize recent findings in experimental psychology, Gestalt psychology was kind of coming around, and neurology to develop an alternative to dominant intellectualist accounts of perception inspired by Kantian philosophy. It's a response to Kant. That's why they use a lot of the same terms. This early proposal emphasizes the significance of the perception of one's own body from distinguishing between the universe of perception and its intellectual reconstructions, gesturing towards the realist philosophers of England and America, William James, Whitehead, and a few others, if you haven't read Whitehead. This plays into the idea at a base level. And I know PhilosophyTube uses the couch. The couch is like the famous phenomenologist example. If you look at a couch and you walk around it, I'm able to imagine a couch. I'm able to remember the back. It's not that you see all of it at once. It's said so badly in the video. Phenomenology is a question of, wait, you can look at that couch and you grok would be the only term. Sorry, old internet asshole I am. You immediately comprehend. You grasp that there is a back to that couch. There is no part of your brain that goes, oh, fuck, where'd the back of the couch go? You have permanence, object permanence, basically, as a thing. You're able to be aware of how things exist and what that means. Now, this is not like a thing, I have a special skill that I'm able to do that. It's pre-human, and it's not just human. It's also some animals have this. This is a really weird thing that there's no reason to believe whatsoever that couch has a back. There isn't. This is one of the great questions of phenomenology. If you've seen the back of it, that's great. There's no reason to believe it's still there. None, other than previous experience. That's it. It's a transcendental sort of thing, not transcendent. So when you start talking about all of these things and how behavior plays in and all this stuff, again, we get to the bottom here, and it's kind of the thrust of what Ponty sort of gets at. And I'll just kind of zoom in a little bit just because it's easier probably. Merleau-Ponty's first book, The Structure of Behavior, resumes the project of synthesizing and reworking the insights of Gestalt theory and phenomenology. We'll get through it. You can ignore the words if you don't know them. To propose an original understanding of the relationship between consciousness and nature. Whereas neo-Kantian idealism, then dominant in France, and Leclerc is the only one I know of those two, treated nature as an objective unity dependent on the synthetic activity of consciousness, which means the world that exists outside of what we experience, it exists independent of us. It exists independent of us seeing things, and is not independent of us. It deals directly with how we see nature, and therefore all of nature is dependent on the structure of our subconscious and our consciousness, our understanding of it. Realism of the natural sciences and empirical psychology assume nature to be composed of external things and events interacting causally. Ponty argues that neither approach is tenable. Organic life and human consciousness are emergent from a natural world that is not reducible to the meaning for a mind, yet this natural world is also not the causal nexus of pre-existing objective realities, since it is fundamentally proved of nested gestalts, nested consciousnesses and understandings, spontaneously emerging structures of organization at multiple levels and degrees of integration. You can probably start to see why someone who really digs Deleuze would like Ponty, because it dives right the fuck in. I do want, let me see if I can find a quick bit on Gestalt, because it's probably worth it. I'm not going to find a short thing. So let's say you're looking at a forest. If I say, look at the forest, you look out over it, you see a forest. The way you conceptualize what you're seeing is the forest. Okay. But if I say, oh, how about that tree? You will, and you are able to see a tree. You're able to pick the thing out. The Gestalt theory is the totality, and this is probably a terrible way of explaining it, but it's how we are able to somehow see a shape as a shape instead of just being enmeshed into the background noise. If you were just purely the eyes, or you can talk about how AI sees things without us naming it, it just sees all the image. It doesn't know where the edges of things are. It still doesn't, actually. It doesn't have a concept of like the edge of a thing. How do we find the edges of things? How do we determine what the edge of a thing sort of is? So when I say you see whatever the fuck you're looking at, you're seeing a thing, and you're seeing that thing how? The whole becomes something that is different than the parts. Why do you not see when I say forest? Whoa, my God, there's a million trees. You don't do that. It's not quite visible and invisible. Jan, really? The visible and invisible? Oh, you're talking about his writings. God damn it. Jan, you motherfucker. You got me confused. But it's playing with that thing. Like when you look at a tree, you see a tree. You don't get confused and go, oh my God, there are so many needles and branches. It's like you get tree and it's simple. It's a simple version of it. You're fine, Jan. I love you anyway. But it's that thing that's really fascinating. This is like Gestalt theory plays with this. Ponty wants to argue sort of against this core idea where it's like, instead of saying that things are organized like that, would be like, well, but there's infinite gestalts because if I were to say, hey, look at the earth, look at the fucking forest, look at the tree, look at the leaf, look at the fucking cell, look at the vein structure, look at them, like all of these things sort of exist in this infinite gestalt approach. Ponty wanted to step back from this and say, it's not these things. There's something else going on here. There's something else being played. On the one hand, he says, the idealist critique of naturalism should be explained to the naturalist assumption framing Gestalt theory, which is what he does, and he dismisses it. On the other hand, there is a justified truth in naturalism that limits idealist universalization of consciousness. This is discovered when Gestalt structures are recognized to be ontologically basic, and the limitations of consciousness are thereby exposed. You can't see things that you have not seen before. You cannot understand the size of things you have not seen before, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, all that stuff. These things that they're playing with. So for Ponty, the idea of all of this is about playing with how stimulus, interaction, and experience in these things change what it means for us to understand things, forms, what's out there. And the structure of behavior that we're playing with here and we're talking about here plays with these accounts and goes with this. I really do suggest reading Ponty. It's a really phenomenal, that was not intentional at all. It's a very interesting read, and it's really wonderful to sort of play with the idea of how you understand or how you can see the edge of things. My favorite of the sort of phenomenologist claims is the question of whether or not a computer is part of your brain. It's a real question, because what does it mean to be part of your brain? Well, your brain is filled with memories and stuff from your life. Well, photos and notes. What if you write on a sticky note a symbol, and that symbol reminds you of this other thing you need to do? Is that sticky note not part of your brain? Well, then how do we define where the edge of the brain is, if not in its functions? Was it cell structure? Okay, well then where exactly is the edge of the brain in terms of cell structure? And where is the edge of your body? Because your body's covered in bacteria and all kinds of crazy shit. Well, it's like, okay, so you have an atmosphere. Well, there's no line of edge of atmosphere, especially in the earth. But yeah, it's edge of the earth. There's no fine line of like where the earth ends and space begins. It's only a gradual change. These things get completely fucked up for you. And when you start playing with what it means to actually understand these things and how we break them down, to me, it's a really good road on the way to Deleuze. I gave a rant about how Mark Fisher is the worst way to get into philosophy. Ponty is a very solid way, not necessarily starting with his biggest book, but play with all of these things. The later stuff, Visible and Invisible, is I actually think, is Visible and Invisible shorter? Visible and Invisible. Yeah, 150 pages. There you go. That's an easy one. Do it. It's got a bunch of notes in it that makes it longer. That's a solid read. So it's not long, really fun, and actually might be that might be a fun way for us to actually sort of, because I just really like Ponty. Even though I don't agree with everything Ponty said, there's just good writing is good writing. Like flatly. I don't know how else to put it. Like good writing is good writing. So, Visible and Invisible Ponty. I knew I had it. All right, we'll pop that open. And we'll read that in a little bit. But for now, because why not? We are going to take another video, and I'm going to explain to you the good version of whatever it is that this person is doing. My favorite thing, by the way, so far, for any of her fans who come to this and get all angry and upset and shit on me and like, oh, you're just not doing it right. A way not to defend PhilosophyTube is to say that I should not expect her to do philosophy. It's a shocking number of comments that are like, why do you think she should be doing philosophy? You expect too much out of a YouTube video. It hurts my brain that you think that's a defense. It hurts my brain. That hurts my brain as a thing. Why is Mark Fisher the worst way to get into philosophy? When you start down the road of philosophy is real work. It's not a science in the sense of that, but let's think of it like learning. If the way you get into physics, for example, is by reading Star Wars, it puts you in a really weird place because there are things that we can do that sort of play towards that. There's stuff in science fiction that we can play with towards that. But the real serious work of science necessitates an understanding of process and of the words that are being used in particular ways. Mark Fisher, who plays with a lot of these things, and I don't really fault that part of it, but the challenge is he does it in a way where he says things that are anathema to each other. If anyone, for example, believes he is someone who leads on from work from Deleuze and Guattari, I would ask how you can possibly do that by making your first and biggest work about the ideology of late-stage capitalism, when D&G explicitly did everything they could to explain why ideology is a bullshit concept and how we need to move beyond it, as an example. But everything in his work tends to be a thing that insists that you presume what he's meaning, and he plays with you having to fix his work as you go. This works a little bit in the sense of it can give people who have experience with other thinkers a really great landing point and a way to sort of run with that. That would be great. But that's not what happens. Instead, people read that and then they presume he is coming off of these other thinkers or that he was really well learned and just explaining things simply. And then he goes down the road and then you pick up anti-oedipus. And if you read that through Mark Fisher, which people do, you end up in genuinely the worst place you could be. You don't understand any of the stuff he was talking about that he actually said that was generally at least interesting, but you now misunderstand the works that he was trying to sort of gesture at and fail. And when you do that, there's a lot of work that needs to do to get out of that. The best thing to do for philosophy is to read the actual writers and to actually go through the process of understanding where they're coming from, their foundations, and the work they've done. It's not a thing to just read Deleuze and get Deleuze. Anyone who does is full of shit. Anyone who does is full of shit. If you haven't read Plato all the way through, if you haven't read some Kant, some Spinoza, Nietzsche, Marx, blah, blah, blah. I could go on for hours and hours. But if you don't have even the big guys, Kant, Spinoza, and Plato, you're not going to be able to do a lot with Deleuze. Like just flatly, you need to have at least a basic understanding of them to know how he's playing with them and how he's turning. Mark Fisher doesn't do that. Also, his social investments peek through his writings very badly, and you really basically get the perspective of a white middle-class British man in the 80s and 90s. And that mentality, I would say, is not conducive to leftist thought. Nothing against anyone who's what I just described, but anyone who is will go, yeah, that's fair. That's just the reality of it. It's a challenge. It's a challenge. Sorry for the rant. The Mark Fisher thing is crazy. I got asked to join the Deleuze subreddit and help because I would sit on there because I like explaining Deleuze to people and I like talking about it and I like having good faith conversations. And the number one thing I learned from the Deleuze subreddit is the same thing I'm learning from PhilosophyTube, that people think philosophy is a thing that everyone can do because it's just thinking and stuff. And because of that, there's no room for real serious discussion for the people who actually care about the thing. And Mark Fisher and other pop philosophy shit like this is that. This is what this is. So, sorry for the long answer. I'm going to keep moving forward. As I go, please, would not turn down super chats. I would not turn down new subs, sub gifts, or if you want to support and head straight to Patreon, patreon.com/DGQC would be lovely as well. This is going to be a bear of a fucking read. This is going to be a bear of a read. So I hope to make it entertaining. If I don't at any point, just tell me to fuck myself and we'll see what we can do.
Tonight's performance is about ideology. What is it and where does it come from?
Ideology is a... yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Shut up, Brooks.
As a case study, I'm going to be looking at the work of Phenomenology.
I'm just skipping straight because Jordan Peterson's doing good things. He's not. I don't want to even help this. Don't read Jordan Peterson's book. His 12th rule in this, and the fact that this is being said as like not intensely sarcastic that you should read this book or that it's good. His 12th rule is accept your suffering, peasants, with a smile. Accept your suffering with a smile, which is that's a rule that someone who's ostensibly leftist is going to push and not scream about from the ceilings. That's his 12th rule in this book. Accept suffering with a smile. So good job.
Phenomenology. Phenomenology is famously very simple. To understand it, let's read a passage from philosopher Edmund Husserl. Immediate seeing, sehen, not merely the sensory seeing of experience.
This is that thing that she does where she is like, it's one of the Sunday said in his stream that I hate her more. No, Sunday, I'm sure you think you do. This is the biggest thing that I hate about people on PhilosophyTube or any of this shit, because Husserl is not complicated. Husserl is not like he is, but this is not the passage. This is not the passage. Let me actually pull up the real passage. We'll do this the easy way. I'll just literally search that sentence. We'll just pull it up. Not merely the sensory seeing of experience, Husserl, and let's pull it out. No, I want to put quotes on it, stupid thing. Come on, Google. I had quotes on it and you took them out. Is anyone else having Google like autocorrect shit for you that you don't want? It's just very frustrating to me. Doop, 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 doop. All right. Husserl is, I know. We'll get there. It looks like a lot of text. It is right here at the top, and we are going to zoom the fuck in so you can see it. So when anyone shows video like this, and I will just let this finish so you can see why it upsets me. This quote is not wild. Husserl's not that crazy to read.
Experience, but seeing in general as prime.
Thank you, Griddle Crab, and thank you, Jonathan Kurth. I'm happy to do this. Thank you both for supporting. It's lovely. This passage is not wild. She is going to do this thing where she's going to start having the quotes layer on top because it's just so hard. It's so crazy. All these things that people say, and it's like, oh my God. And literally adding shit text across the front that is meaningless, implying this is very difficult for you. I don't want to bore you, you tiny-brained little people on YouTube. Allow me to really explain this. That's the shit. Oh, shit, Joshua. explaining phenomenology in detail. I'm going to even do that better. We're going to get back to it, but I appreciate it very much. Thank you much. Husserl's not this hard, but what she's doing is teaching you that it is. Fuck that. If you're ever telling someone that a thing is too complicated through comedy like this, unless you're doing it self-effacively, like I do that. I make fun of myself all the time because I am dumb. I really am. But this is fucking awful. This is awful. Do it from a position of making fun of yourself. Here's the line. Ready? Husserl confidently announces in his Cartesian Meditations that, quote, science, whose peculiar nature is unprecedented, comes into our field of vision. The phenomenological program inaugurated in the Ideas set the stage for Husserl's unwavering commitment to an ocular paradigm of knowledge, truth, and reality. Immediate seeing, not merely the sensory seeing of experience, but seeing in general as primordial dator consciousness of any kind whatsoever, is the ultimate source of justification for all rational statements. How is that a difficult sentence? It may take a second and go, well, what's fuck is dator consciousness, datum, the data of consciousness, purely primordial sensory datum. It's that thing that happens, seeing, is the ultimate source of justification for all rational statements. And he says, we must fix our eyes steadily upon the sphere of consciousness. This is him saying, and again, you got to remember, Husserl was like a while back. Like this is over 100 years ago. This is not like 20 years ago. This is as phenomenology is becoming a thing. He's the dude. Don't quote me on that. Someone's going to correct me on that, but he's like the dude as far as I know. Like hey, here's phenomenology. I'm Husserl. And what he's doing is saying, no, we have to learn what we're seeing, which is a fucking really weird thought at the time, especially. It may not be as weird to us now, but it probably is to most of you. What are you seeing? You're seeing datum hitting your eyes. You're seeing elements, but why are you looking where you're looking? Why are you not looking at blank space? Why are you looking at my hands? I move my hands like that, or you're looking in my eyes. Why aren't you looking at the text? Now you're back at the text. Why are you seeing what you're seeing? Why does this work this way? That's a very cool sentence. But yes, he does. He does forego blind people in this, but he's more making the comment about when I say rationally, I walked across the street. The sensory data we have to prove it is there. It's a really cool statement. Now, if you can imagine, Ponty goes wild with this, and others do, and Derrida goes wild with it more. And Derrida's got great writings. Like, phenomenology is really fascinating. And it's one of those, like, I don't want to seem like I'm making it seem small, because it may seem like that, but one of my favorite things I got into is like paradoxic logic puzzles. They made my brain tickle when I was like 11. It was like one of my favorite things when I learned about paradoxes. And it's always because every time, in order to like make it work, my brain had to do like extra work, and it was like this tickle. Phenomenology always when I read any of these guys, it always makes me go, oh yeah, why? Fuck. Like it's all stuff you've never considered. That was my experience reading through these guys. It's like, oh shit, that's a good point. And it gets complex, but this quote is not a hard quote. This is not a hard quote.
Object giving is primordial.
And adding the music too. It's like,
Let's do an example.
Fucking terrible. Just the fucking worst. The smugness is like fucking off the charts. So the couch gag thing. This thing that's happening here, this is not like an example that she came up with. This is the couch thing. This is in I think everything Ponty ever wrote. The couch is the example. I think in like quotes, I think Deleuze even quotes Ponty about this. Like, this is the thing. And it's not even a good version of this, because like We didn't, like, this is, oh God, it's like layers of shit. Okay. If you walk around a couch and then you see that couch and you assume that couch still has a back, that's great. If you watch this video and the video goes around the couch, if you go, well, I don't think that couch exists, you'd be justified because computer graphics and tricks are a fucking thing. That's the challenge of this example of like, here, we're going to do an experiment on video and CG. So do you think phenomenologists would like watch Jurassic Park and be like, fuck, they're dinosaurs? They watch Avatar. They go, oh my God, there's entire worlds out there. It's just fucking stupid. It's so stupid. It's so frustrating. So frustrating.
Phenomenology is all about focusing on what you experience. So
that's not true. Experience is transcendentalism. This is not about experience. It's about what you perceive. There's a difference. There's a reason it's about perception. It's about the phenomenology around that. It's about apperception and perception. It's not about experience. It plays towards experience, but it's not a question of experience in the exact same way. It's different.
So check this out. Home.
The little giggles.
Just experience. Did you at any point see the entire couch? No, you didn't. You can only ever see one side of it at a time. And yet, in your mind's eye, you weren't going, there is one side of a couch, there is another side of a couch. In your mind's eye, you experience
It's not about your mind's eye.
it as one complete thing.
It's not about your mind's eye. It's about actually the immediate apperception of the thing is the couch. It's not that your eyes are seeing one part of a couch and then your brain is putting it together. That would come in, that could come in, but that's not what phenomenology is questioning. It's questioning why you see a couch.
And more than that, you experience it as being for something. It's a couch for sitting on. It looks comfy or ugly or whatever. Maybe it reminds you of a similar couch that you've seen. Maybe you'd like a couch like this one. Maybe you'd like to do something on a couch like this one. So your experience of it brings in bits of the past and bits of the future and desires and values. This is a very different way of looking at the world than a scientist or a computer might. Peterson actually gives a great example. Imagine you get an envelope with
I need to think about this because this is... No. No. Okay. So, in phenomenology, and I'm rusty as shit, so Jan, if you're still here, feel free to scream at me all you want. Phenomenology dismisses... The idea of the mind's eye, first off, is like dualism that is literally rejected by, I think, everyone in phenomenology. It's not about that. It's not like in the mind's eye. And if she means it allegorically, oh, that's even worse. Instead, it's our body is not the thing which receives experience, but it is the very condition of experience itself, I think is how Ponty... This is so awful. We don't have eyes. We don't have a mind's eye. We are. Our bodies are. We are our bodies, right? Does that make sense? Like, we're embodied. Existence requires embodiment. This is why like phenomenology is important now. There's discussions right now talking about, when you're talking about like generative or general artificial general intelligence as a thing. One of the things that is presumed at this point that you need for artificial general intelligence is embodiment. That without embodiment, a self can't be replicated. It can't be built. That the nature of experience requires an organism or a centralization of that thing. It is how we relate to the world. Your size, You might be 2.5 feet tall. I'm 6'6". The two of us have a very different understanding of space and movement and how we move and how fast we can move our arms and how much reaching out means and what reaching out means and all of this stuff. Our bodies are our experience. They are our thing. I'm looking just to see if Jan yells at me. Yeah, thank you. It's not mind and body. The dualism goes away. Again, in every fucking PhilosophyTube video I've seen, she's got mind-body dualism. And almost every video she's talking about people who do away with that. So you can just start there as like a thing. So if we are our bodies, then what is perception? Well, perception is not a thing that happens to us. I went down the rabbit hole of phenomenology and how I got into most philosophy. I come from the world of video game development and design. And I've been fortunate to work on some amazing stuff. And I've always really, really wanted to get at how we fuck with people when they're playing and how they play. My belief is that video games are interesting because it's the first time we're able to prove that perception is not passive, but active. Video games are more active, but it's just explicit. My experience of the world is not passive. We tend to think of movies as a passive experience. When I'm watching TV, I'm passively taking it in. This is how the entertainment industry talks about it. It's passive. Video games are active. But no, not to a phenomenologist. To a phenomenologist, everything is active engagement. It is active engagement. And with this, it means that perception, which is that sort of collision of things, it happens before we get to judgment or thought. So when she says, well, does it look comfy? You might have thought it was comfy. Nope. No. Perception is that thing that happens before all of that. Right? So, this is awful. It's just like, so when the body's perceiving, it's not like a surface on which a movie's playing and our eyes are like receiving it. The whole thing is one. It's a big giant thing, an intertwined happening or event that's sort of going. It's always contextual. It's always placed in a space, and it is the space that it's placed in, which puts us in a really fucking amazing, again, this is why you'll notice, this is probably why fucking Deleuze people like Ponty, or Ponty people make their way to Deleuze. Like, this is the thing. When you talk, yes, the eyes are part of the brain, but where is the edge of the eyes? Because the eyes don't operate in a vacuum. The edge of the eyes, well, the light is coming in. If you can't see, I've got a light right here, right? Light is coming into my eyes, but where's the outside of that? Is it my eyes that are receiving the light? Is it the light that's making the rods in my eyes and the cones of my eyes react? No, it's all at once. It's all at once. Again, I'm not talking about some eternal truth. I'm describing you what phenomenology is, which is supposedly what we're talking about here. So is the light part? Yes, the light and the world is part of my eyes. Like the perception and the body aren't two things. That's all of that, which means that we're an evental whole, and not atomized sensations, which is a phrase I think I've used because it's one of the issues I do have with how some people read D&G. I have a slightly different reading on some things, but it's not that we're singular. That's a sharp sound. It's like, no, there's a lot of things happening with this stuff. So, okay, so that's body and perception. Now, visible and invisible, I'm writing in there. The eyes are part of the world as well. This is true. It's hard to talk about off the cuff. Yes, it's not that way. And we can consider that the separation between the subject object is also an error. You can presume any split in phenomenology, if someone's talking about a split, is a fuck up. Like baseline. That's baseline. Phenomenology believes in the phenomena as the baseline. Thus the term. So the phenomena of sight is the thing. The phenomena of hearing, the phenomenology is saying that this is ontologically the thing. Right? It's tough. This is not easy shit. And if we wanted to get into the flesh, which is the this is where I start falling apart. And I'm just going to be frank. I don't grasp it fully. This is the stuff invisible and invisible that I've had people sit with me and try to talk about. But because this is that thing where it's like, what is the stuff of perception? Well, that's the flesh. What the fuck does that mean? No, I don't want to know right now, Jan. I appreciate you're probably typing furiously, but it's like really complicated as a thing. It's really complicated, but it's not this simple garbage. And when you take these leaps forward in our understanding or grasping of things, and you forget that they do yield important material realities. And again, phenomenology has led directly to scientific and cultural understandings of artificial general intelligence and the ways in which we deal with programming or research towards that. Ponty is read in those circles. This is, people don't understand these things cross over. Philosophy is not some silly thing done over here. Humanities are not some silly thing done over there. All of this is intertwined. All of this is coming together. It's incredibly important. Like, it's like saying theoretical physics doesn't matter because it doesn't do any actual work. It's a silly, silly, silly thing to say. But again, as her fans would say, what, you expect her to do philosophy?
With some important news in it. Scientifically, objectively, the envelope is a rectangle of paper and it has ink molecules.
No. Again, this is when you don't understand these things and you don't understand that they're talking ontologically, that it's a fundamental change in how you view things. And I'm not saying, and I don't think anyone in this space, I ontologically am in the space right now of anti-oedipus. I actually have made some, I think, personal understandings and breakthroughs, thanks to a lot of people, where I'm starting to really grasp and move towards a very different place than I was just a few years ago of what is at the base of things. But that base of things, it supports my understanding and my construction of new things. When you're doing philosophy, it's important that you not put your ontology in everyone else. It's that you don't, I think I will mention this a million times. I need to get the clip out. Millennium is one of my favorite shows. There's a great line where Frank Black, who's he hunts serial killers and psychotics and evil people. He's training up a new guy, and the guy goes, I don't know, Frank, I just can't help it. I keep getting inside these guys' heads. And he goes, no, you're not. You're putting them in yours. And it's a small difference, but it's an important one. If I were to just read, and this is what Mark Fisher does, it's why it drives me nuts. This is what PhilosophyTube has done with every one of her videos. If I were to take a philosopher and bend it back towards the way I understand the world, I'm not learning. That's it. It's a reactionary, paranoiac way of understanding the world, where you bend things towards the way you know it or the way you understand things to be, instead of trying to really work towards understanding how they're talking about or the questions they're asking or what they're trying to solve. That's the really big deal. So does this phenomenology reject dialectical materialism? Is that a bad... I will tell you, it's probably a thing that I can't answer in a way that, like, it doesn't reject. Rejecting is a big term there. I'm not going to be able to say it. Someone else who's smarter than me would be able to answer that. That's actually a really interesting road to go down. But I will tell you that phenomenologists often do play into the space of what I would say is a general materialist philosophy. So how they get there and how they work these things together is kind of a lot. This is why I was just mentioning in the visible and invisible, Ponty has the flesh, which is like an ontological material, basically, for everything. So saying they don't have a materialism is not quite right, but it plays differently. It plays differently, if that makes sense. Jen can do, I apologize if this sounds offensive. She filters everything through her transness, political biases constantly, that it stretches the meaning of anything she refers philosophically. That's less I know what you're saying. I think I'm okay with that. Like, that's the worst. Like, I would actually enjoy, and I follow people on Twitter. I buy their books. People who their thing is their race, their gender, the fact that they're trans, that they're poor, and that they do philosophy or thought or criticism from that lens, and they drive it home. I do not have an issue with that on its face. That part's interesting because I'm not trans, and I don't know what that lived experience is like. And so that stuff is fascinating. When it's taking someone else and their thought that they spent decades upon decades, and other people have spent a century in this case, studying and working with, taking that and simplifying it to the point and then putting it through that. That's what I mean about the line of, you're not trying to put yourself in their head, you're trying to put them in yours. That's the part where it breaks down for me. I think Ponty through a trans lens, this exists, could be fucking awesome. And it kind of is. There's a handful of really wonderful trans writers who've done Lacan pieces, like really, really good books I have behind me. There's a one, it's impossible to say it, like the person who wrote Deleuze and Guattari in video games, which is a really fun read. It's a really fun read. Wrote a series of other books, and she's ostensibly trans at any point. I've looked it up, and there's a lot more going on there, but that thing I don't mind as being a lens. It's a fascinating lens. I wish she was doing that. Like, that would be awesome. Like, that would be amazing if that's what she was doing, but she's oversimplifying it and using these other things as cover. The number of people who commented on my videos saying, I can't believe you're attracting a trans woman in this climate. It's like, what? Like, people saying I'm not an ally, and it's like, okay, cool. So it's the thing. It's the thing. Identity politics. It's the thing. That's the thing.
Printed on it, but that's not how you experience it. This envelope contains your past, your future.
Ciara Kremen. That's the, thank you, Jan. Because, and you can't, I don't know why Ciara hasn't done it, but her dead name is the only tight way you can find her older books. And so I always hate having to use her dead name. Apparently she doesn't actually care. So Colin Kremen was her dead name. Fuck it. Ciara's an amazing writer. You should read everything she ever wrote. I don't even care. Just fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff. It's a fair point. Yeah, and a problem with, well, I have a million problems.
Future, your test results, maybe the rest of your life. You experience it not just as an object.
It's terrible.
But as something with values and meaning. I can see that you're still a little bit shaky on this. It is a bit weird. So let's do something really cool and apply it to people. In fact, let's apply it to me.
I'm going to get so canceled.
For those who didn't realize already, I am a transgender woman. And when I first started transitioning, I would go out into the world dressed how
I saw this little part on Sundays. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. This makes me angry. This part makes me very angry.
I like to be dressed. And some people would see me and they would think, well, that's a man, but by the way that they are dressed and their mannerisms, they are indicating to me that they would like to be treated as a woman.
The idea that there is a true soul to a person, that they are wanting this based on what a person's able to perceive of them, breaks me in so many ways. The implication, tell me the implication of the next thing that she says is not, hey, if you are a trans woman who does mannish things, or a trans man who does women things, and other people see it as that, you're not actually a trans person.
And if they were very polite, they would go, hello, miss, how can I help you? And if they were very rude, they'd say something else. But after a while, something interesting started to happen. People didn't have that initial experience and then have to think about it. They just started recognizing me as a woman. Something in their brains, or maybe in
wonder,
me, flipped. And they just started going, hello.
wonder if it was medical interventions. I wonder if there's other things that happened. I think having more money to spend on better clothing, better people to help you. Hey, I look killer in a fucking dress. I'm 6'6". I have fucking long legs. You want to see a motherfucker in a dress? I got it. I'd have to shave the beard off. But, I can pull that shit off. The idea that, I don't know, something in them flipped. Passing is a very specific term in the trans community. And it means that people don't question or don't act or just call you the thing that you desire to be called. You pass for a woman. People don't ask questions about it. There are an extraordinary number of trans women and trans men who pass. There's also a huge number who don't. The idea that there is something innate to them or anything that this hurts so much. This hurts so much. I said to a friend, someone I really care about, who I've known for years now, and I said to them that for me, the ideal space to get to, the place I think is that if I, looking like I am, said that I am a woman, that people would not be dicks about it. Because who cares? Because it's no different than me saying, well, my name's Brooks, not Shithead. Oh, I'm going to call you Shithead. No, just call me Brooks. There's no difference. There's fucking no difference. But acting like there's something innate in them or me that defines what I am, that I'm, And here comes the worst part.
Hello, miss. How can I help you? This is similar to, but not the same thing as, passing. Passing is when a cis person doesn't realize that you're trans. I'm not talking about that. Because I have trans friends who I know are trans. They don't pass to me. And yet, I just experience them as the gender they...
This is fucking insane. So, hey, people I know who I'm aware of everything going on with them and their internal lived experience want to be treated as a specific gender, and I'm okay with that. In fact, I've been around them so much that I just accept them as that. So therefore, this isn't the same as passing. And also, what the fuck are we talking about now? It's fucking terrible. Like it's also mean.
They are. If you've never known a trans person, it might be hard to get your head around, but I have an old friend who's a trans woman, and a while ago she asked me...
Why would it be hard to get your head around? Hey, can I just not call me a dude anymore? Okay. That's it.
Have I ever done anything in front of you that you thought made me look like a man? And I said, no, you kind of can't, because my brain has flipped now. If you do something stereotypically masculine...
I want to know what these things are. First off, like she gives examples like farting as I hate to break it to everyone. There's an old like running joke that women don't have buttholes because they can't shit, because it's insane. Like, it was an old joke that guys think that because shitting is a dude thing, farting is a dude thing. And then again, if you've ever been in an intimate relationship with anyone for a long period or lived with them, farting's an everyone thing. I have a daughter. She's 2. She's gonna be 3 in like 2 weeks. She thinks farts are hilarious. Like, this is one of those weird, this is just like internalized sexism is fucking weird. It's internalized transphobia, as someone said. It's a really, Rat Guts, it's a very fair way to put it.
Like burp or fart or scratch your ass. I don't...
Do women not get itchy butts? Pretty sure. I mean, I know the underwear you guys wear. You guys get itchier butts more often than dudes. You're just better at hiding it because it's less socially acceptable for you to do it, and dudes laugh about it. But again, None of these things that she's described are masculine. Okay. If I saw that, has anything I've ever done been seen as masculine? Well, you got promoted at work. Like, what the fuck? Well, you are the head of a CEO of a company. Oh, you did join the patriarchy. Like, what is it? What is a masculine thing? Women wearing dudes' clothes is like hot, generally speaking. I can more see, like, masculinity is this thing of strength and different, but it doesn't really play like this. I lifted a heavy box. Brendan, how you doing? You are in time for the fart talk. Brendan, we're trying to figure out, this woman here has said that she has trans friends who no matter what masculine thing they do, she can't help but see it as feminine. We're trying to figure out a masculine thing that makes sense for that, because apparently women don't fart. This is her example. Farting is not a woman's thing. Shitting, not. Ass scratching, not. I need to know what the fuck is a thing that is so masculine that, like, if I saw a woman fart, clearly I'd go, that's a dude. Transvestigation time. That's transvestigation. So I need to know. Transvestigation on farts. Can we do that? Apparently PhilosophyTube thinks so. I think farts are queer. I think that's a thing that we can just say is for everyone. I'm so confused by this. I don't understand how things work as a thing. What is a masculine thing? I don't know. Women can't do bodily functions. Well, okay. Hey, I watched you jerk off and ejaculate with your penis. I'm even hesitant to say that's a fucking thing. Different understandings of passing. She means passing as in being seen as a cis woman, whereas you're using it means seen as a woman. Are you kidding? Serious? Take a break. I'm not. I am asking her again. If a woman farts, is it seen as masculine? If a man farts, is it seen as masculine? I don't even know.
Don't see that as, oh, there's a man. I experience it.
Emmanuel, the real distinction in passing is about passing as an attractive woman. Thank you. That's the way to say it. It's probably just the blunt way. Yes, it's being seen as an attractive, thin white woman. Not to be, that's not me saying, but I'm just saying that's what passing means as a thing. Yeah, it's about being attractive. And plastic surgery is a huge part of that. Name one woman famous for burping or farting. Amy Schumer? The entire cast of Mad TV. Like that's what they did. It was a running gag. Oprah farting as a thing was a gag, and the woman who did the Oprah impressions, gorgeous and really cool, really nice in the real world. But you have these people. Yes, people do this stuff all the time. I guess it depends on how she presents the fart. If she makes a big production out of it, that's kind of doodly. Look. That's if she makes a big, but if her presentation of it is like she puts on soft music, right? That's a feminine presentation of fart. Soft music, lights a candle, does a little bit of yoga, and then farts. I think that's a feminine presentation of a fart. So I think it's a, oh shit. Amy Schumer used to be funny. Once upon a time, she was. And I still think Last Fuckable Day is one of the better comedy sketches done. But it's been a while. She lights the fart with the candle. See, this, you're reading my mind, Brendan.
As a woman doing something stereotypically masculine, and therefore it's funny to me. Husserl talked about immediate seeing. Edith Stein talked about an experience being primordially given. But the bottom line is, I just experience you as female. And this opens up all sorts of questions like, do people recognize me as a woman because I am one, or did I become one when they started recognizing me as such? Is gender something in you, or is it a relation between you and other people? If a tree falls in the forest and nobody's around to hear it, what are its pronouns? Answers.
So funny. Was almost on the way to a good point too. Sadly, she had to ruin it by not making a point. Gender is a thing that we are taught socially. There's very few babies who come out of the womb going, "Mom's a bitch." Like, that's not a thing. It has to be taught. We learn about what man, woman means. And if we didn't teach that, we wouldn't, like, this is how this works. But also it gets imprinted onto kids by the behavior of the mom and the dad. And you'll recognize the variations in this, and there's an infinite number of them. If the dad tends to be a big pussy and the mom's a huge fucking raging bitch, you'll see that they tend to appropriate in various ways what they see as the feminine towards that, or the masculine towards the dad, because this is the people we know, the people we're around generate what we understand those positions to be. That's how this works. So over time, what does it mean for us to see a thing? And this is actually what's more important, and what phenomenology is getting at is that moment of apperception, not seeing a man or a woman, because that's, again, cognizing all of the things and thinking through it. Or is it that they're immediately passing? But again, what does it mean to be immediately passing as a thing? If I just say, hey, go over there, and I don't care, I don't think about it. But in my head, maybe I perceive man or woman, but I don't make a big deal out of it. Gender isn't the thing, by the way, that most things really matter as a thing. But if I'm just taking you in, if we are connecting and I'm dealing with all of the signifiers, we're dealing with more than just phenomenology. And that's what she's getting at. We're dealing with the symbols of the things more than just the apperception and perception. It's a bigger deal that's happening here. It's a really complicated thing that this is not getting at, and I find it frustrating. One sec. Oh, no, I've got no more messages. But Husserl and Ponty, if they went down this road and they were talking about gender, it's not a thing they did. They weren't really alive when this was happening as a thing. But they'd be talking about it as, and again, from here, this is why this is difficult. It's not an outward thing. It's lived by our bodies. Our bodies and our gender and everything are that. So how we perceive and how we are perceived is actually shaped by our gender. So for example, if someone saw, she's talking about how people saw her. Again, world revolves around Abigail. I'm shocked. But instead, think about not, oh, am I a woman because people perceive me that way? Why don't you stop doing that and talk about instead that the person who is the thing, who sees themselves as the thing and embodies that gender, recognized you as the same or different from them. They didn't recognize you as a woman. They recognized you as same or different from them based on their lived bodily experience and their habits, their gender expressions, and how they exist. The way to think about this is not that white people, and this is I think this would be something in the line of what Ponty and Husserl would talk about. It's not that I'm perceived as white or black. That's not it. That's everyone looking at me. That's not how it works. Instead, think of every interaction, not this weird universal transcendent bullshit, which again, Abigail can't help because she's terrible at this, but instead every single interaction. There are women who are exceptionally feminine who would maybe recognize a slightly different movement or see you as different. With race, I see someone as a white, black, or anything else based on what I am. I am embodied in a race, and I see myself as that or other people as that thing. If I do not embody the thing, I don't think twice about it. I don't see the things that I don't care about. So I am not really a big fan of sports. Hate to say it to you. Not a big fan of sports. I do not look at everyone and go, that's a Chiefs fan. That's a Raiders fan. I know sports teams, but it's not my thing. I'm not a lived embodiment of it. I'm actually not really a lived embodiment of gender by any significant measurement. I understand I have signifiers of that, but that's not like my lived experience. So I don't look at people. I tend to just use whatever habitual thing, but this fucks me up sometimes because sometimes I use the wrong pronouns, which happens. But that's my lived experience, is seeing you as in opposition to me or different than me or the same as me. I am the thing. Our habits form our body schema. It's how we move, how we exist, and the differences. So it's not that Abigail became like a woman because everyone saw her as such. One, there's no everyone. Two, there's people who didn't call her anything. And three, collapsing everyone as an experience into a single thing to justify yourself and feel good about yourself. All these things are almost pathological, but every single fucking conversation you have is much more immediately I and you in a mix. Are you like me or different than me? In a mix, phenomenologically slamming that thing. So it exists not in Abigail or in me, but more in our interaction and our differences. This is it. There's a dynamic interplay. It's really different. So this is really just, we haven't even gotten through this yet.
This is on a postcard, please. The bottom line for us and Peterson is we experience the world not as a collection of facts and observations, but a collection of values and meanings.
That's not true. That's not what phenomenologists would say at all. As I've explained, have I said that it's about what we see values and meanings? No, it's our lived experience, their lived experience, and in between we come together, and it's the lived experience together that we experience through each other, the phenomenological setup. So again, there is, and if this is where she's going, I applaud her. If she read this and went, oh my God, Peterson really doesn't understand phenomenology. I'm going to explain it really much like he does because he's fucking really stupid. And I want to explain it like a fucking moron. And I'm going to later turn this around and I'm going to show why he's a moron. If that's what she's doing, I will be happy. She's not.
We are always, in Peterson's language, telling ourselves a story. And if you're very clever, you'll already have spotted, oh, that's why he does all the self-help stuff.
No. I mean, it's...
Peterson's always talking about being mindful of what you pay attention to, what story are you telling yourself, and phenomenology is a great base on which to build that. Because in theory, if you change the story you tell yourself, change the meanings you see in the world, then you can change the world.
Okay. It's just so incoherent. I'll do my best. Someone commented, it's my favorite comment I got was right before I went on stream. It just popped up and my notification was like, I think you fundamentally don't understand what she's saying. And then there was an edit underneath it that's like, oh, I've listened to it. I'm not sure what she's saying. And it's like, it's fucking... Fuck. Okay. So again, I'll just say, Jordan Peterson in his book is not doing phenomenology. This is not phenomenology. Nothing she's described has been about phenomenology in any capacity meaningfully. It has nothing to do with it. So throw that out. Anything she's saying, she's not, anytime she says phenomenology, she's meaning this weird construct of bullshit. First off. Second off, phenomenology doesn't, the idea of a self to fix in phenomenology is really fucking weird. And the idea of a world to fix is really fucking weird. The idea that you can change your apperception is very strange, like the way she's describing it. But there's another weird set of words she uses. I want to just...
And phenomenology is a great base on which to build that, because you telling yourself, and phenomenology is a great attention to self-help stuff. Peterson's always talking about being mindful of what you pay attention to, what story are you telling yourself, and phenomenology is a great base on which to build that.
It's not. The story you're telling yourself is not a base with which to build to phenomenology. Phenomenology is a critique of the idea that you have a story. Okay? Does that make sense? I have a personal narrative, blah, 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 blah. Phenomenology is a critique of that and says, no, this is constructed by your lived experience and the things like it's, again, this is why it touches a lot towards Deleuze and all the stuff that I like. So the idea of what she's going for is the opposite of all of these thinkers. Thank you, Wireless. It's a nice note. I'm not sure it's true, but I try. You do a great job communicating philosophy. The message that there is no takeaway prepackaged message from thinkers or isms is valuable and not something I've come across. If there is a lesson to take away from me, it's that philosophy is really, really hard and that it takes time. And if you ever get a chance, Jan, who's been yelling in here and messaging me, Jan's wonderful and understands a great deal of this. He's postdoc. Like, this is his thing. Like, this is his fucking jam. And once in a while, he and I have a conversation where I know what I'm talking about and I'm in deep into the same stuff as him, and he'll correct me and then I'll make a comment. And when you can actually have those moments, it's not about the big idea. We don't debate the big idea of what Deleuze is about. We debate this little thing, like this little thing over here, because it's not about the big giant idea. That's not what any of this shit's about. Even for Hegel, there's no idealist. Plato is not even about that. It's about finding the details and playing into them and like breaking things down and understanding. And so the idea that there is a prepackaged simplicity is just anathema to philosophy. It'd be the same as me saying that there's prepackaged anything, because I would just be like, mathematics doesn't have that. Sociology doesn't have that. Fucking name a thing. I don't even know what has that. Pain in the ass. I don't think trying to value your identity through your body is that great of an idea, not in general gender terms anyway. It's very based on our physical form, but our identity doesn't lay there. Again, we can have that debate. I'm not here to have the debate about identity or where these things come from. I'm here to talk about the philosophies she's claiming to use and that she is not fucking using at all. This has nothing to do with phenomenology. Phenomenology would be saying, more or less, and again, there's people currently writing on phenomenology when it comes to gender and everything. I'm not up on it. It's not my direction. There's too many books in the world and I already have enough. Well, that's not true, but generally speaking. So you just be careful with all of it. But it's like, this is awful.
Because in theory, if you change the story you tell yourself, change the meanings you see in the world.
But again, the perceptions exist between you and the thing you're seeing. It's not you changing yourself. This is why this conversation doesn't work with self-help, like from go. It's not, phenomenology doesn't work for self-help. It's kind of, it's a very difficult thing for self-help. I would say it would be fascinating to do like a self-help take through phenomenology, but it's not this.
Then you can change the world. This week is the 1-month anniversary of the Lewisham arson attack. 1 month since an unknown arsonist savagely took the lives of 5 people and a homeless man. And now another building has burned down in Hackney. It's terrifying. And almost as bad.
Just show us, is phenomenology considered postmodernist? So, one of the hardest responses to anything is the one I have to give about postmodernism. The easy answer is that postmodernism is not a philosophy. That's a thing that the conservative right did by calling things postmodern instead of talking about the world as postmodern. The origin of the idea of postmodernism is the idea that there was modernism and now we're beyond it. But it's not a philosophy of postmodernism. There's no philosophy of postmodernism. Instead, postmodernism is, as Frederick Jameson wrote in his book, Postmodernism, which is like the text on postmodernism. It's a big fucking good book. It is the cultural reality of late stage capitalism. We are postmodern, but it's not that there's a postmodern philosophy. It's tough that way. So are we? I tend to ascribe to Latour's idea that we weren't modern, so I don't know how we got fucking post. So yeah.
As the fires themselves.
Yeah, continues. He says postmodernism started as an art and architectural movement, and it wasn't even really that. It was more like a commentary and edge. It's not like Baroque architecture. There's not like postmodern architecture. It's like a postmodern turn. Yeah, I think that's probably a fair, like postmodern art, like postmodernism was like a turn rather than like a thing itself. But again, that's a whole debate.
Is the anti-fire hysteria that has been conjured up in the minds of the woke left.
So it's just an era? You know how things are fucked up and there's no meaning left and everyone's nihilistic and fucking weird? That's postmodernism is that sort of thing. Modernists believe in grand narratives. At some point as a society, we're much more aware that grand narratives are kind of bullshit. We are cynical. We are a cynical people. The world is deeply cynical. Capitalism is deeply cynical. Our awareness of that, like we're not cynical without knowing it. We're aware of how cynical we are and how cynical everything is. We're aware of it. So that's postmodernism. Culturally, that's a cultural thing. Frederick Jameson, wonderful book. But again, it's not really a philosophy. It's a real troublesome fucking thing. It's one of the reasons I try not to even talk about it.
Cancel mob. I think wokeness has gone absolutely mad in this country. My brother is a smoker. He's always coming home smelling of smoke. And he has to stand outside to smoke a cigarette because you can't even smoke indoors anymore. It's anti-fire wokeness gone mad. And I'm not a bigot. I'm not. My niece...
What am I watching?
...is a transgender. And I think that is fine. She's in the fire department, and with this ongoing arson crisis, we have to support our emergency services heroes more than ever. Personally, I think her decision to join the fire department might have had something to do with her marriage falling apart, but I support her right to choose. Or his right to choose. It's so confusing. Biologically, he is still a she, because she can still get pregnant. And objectively, that's been the job of women since Victoria. I'm not watching this. It's terrible. Whatever the fuck that was. I'm not watching that. I don't care if she makes a point. We understand the bones of Jordan
what the
Peterson.
Fuck?
We experience the world not as a collection of facts, but a collection of values and meanings. Now let's build out to the muscle.
This might be too British for me. Hey, Pippa. Everything's too British for me. I've been to, I spent a good amount of time. I was in London this last year a couple times. That was not too British for me. That was fucking confusing. I don't even know what the fuck that is.
Of Jordan Peterson, and talk about structuralism.
Oh no!
Structuralism is famously very simple.
Sunday, you motherfucker. Oh! I didn't watch this far. I tuned out. I was like, I'm gonna fucking go start my stream. He'll raid into me or some shit. This is where this goes. You motherfucker. I'm gonna call him a son of a bitch. One sec. At the part where it switches to structuralism, you son of a bitch. There we go.
To understand it, let's read a passage from philosopher Roland.
Is she gonna do the gag again? Is it the gag? We're gonna look at a passage. Music and shit. Does she do it?
Bath. A signified can have several signifiers. This is indeed the case in linguistics.
I am just going to let you know, if mythologies does this to you, stop doing philosophy. Like, it's fine if it's not your thing, but like Barth's, I got everything Barth's wrote. That's junior fun reads. What are you going to do when you get to Leibniz? How are you going to fucking handle Kant? How are you ever going to do Hegel a half hour at a time with Gregory? This is embarrassing. Also, picking a sentence out like this one. This is not structuralism. This is signification, which is part of structuralism, sure. But it would be like saying, do you believe in physics? Well, here's the theory of fucking how gravity works and how many molecules. It's like, that's what physics is. It's fucking so awful. Of course he quit from here. That motherfucker.
And psychoanalysis, it is also the case in the mythical concepts. It has at its disposal.
It just is like angering, because it's like, mythologies is a beautiful work. I'm fucking gonna keep typing to Sunday and tell him he's a piece of shit. Fucker. God.
There's a lot of limited mass of signifiers.
It's just like,
I can find 1,000. Okay. Well, I'll give you the easy version.
See, that's the game. That's the game. That's the game. That's the scam. And I'm going to call it a scam. So mythologies is not a book that is that dense. There is an essay in it. It's a collection of pieces. It's a collection of pieces. There's one that is like that. I actually don't think it's that advanced. Here. Let's talk about a different book on signification and semiotics. This is Louis Hjelmslev. Louis. This, you don't want to fucking read. This book is so short. It's hard to describe how short this book is. Okay. Mythologies is probably 3 to 4 times this size. Can I even reach it? No, I would have to dig. I'm not getting up. Sorry, I'm not getting up. It's back there. It's in the back corner because I don't fucking read Barth's anymore. Allow me to read from language. Because this is the grift, right? This is the grift. Just as we called our formula Indo-European when we were comparing the Indo-European languages, so the Romanists give their formula a name, calling them Common Romance, Proto-Romance, or Vulgar Latin. Il fatto, spec hetcho, French infait, rum fapt, all mean done. His book's insane. His books fucking are nuts. Citing the languages in this order, we return to our old example. In this new point of view, we find Goth, parsus, etc. On pur, which means dry, para, porna, to dry, party, for thirst. He's going through an etymology, but I can't even help myself. Her scam is to just show you a couple sentences that are kind of confusing out of context and then go, hi, I know it's really hard and you feel stupid. Don't you feel stupid, you dum-dum? I'm going to explain you the easy version. For Hjelmslav, he thought everything was about words. And you can go tell people that you know about Hjelmslav now. Subscribe to my Patreon. That's the scam. Fucking insane. Look at this self-satisfied garbage.
Structure. It has at its disposal an unlimited mass of signifiers. I can find 1,000.
Glitter Crab, would you recommend? I'm making a video series. They'll start next week. They're like 10-minute videos. I'm going to try to do a shorts thing as part of it because it's fun. And a lot of people have been asking because I got a few books up here. I'm just going to like grab books. I went through. Let me see if I can show you because this is a little. I went through. I got an app that lets me scan barcodes and. One sec. This is the result. So this is just like the letter. These are just the ones that have barcodes, by the way. This doesn't include all the books I have that have no barcodes, which is a lot, by the way. That's a whole other sheet. These are just the ones that have barcodes. And these are just behind me too. 601 books. It's a lot of Zizek there at the bottom, you can see. But the idea would be, I'm literally going to just do a spinny thing and then go to that number and go, oh, conservation, Sternberg efflux. Oh, it's the Graham's piece on the conversation, the efflux journal, fucking cool thing. That's a fun one. That's this guy. Where did efflux go? Yeah, it's back there somewhere. It's somewhere. Efflux Journal. Big piece with just a fuck ton of their best writings from the journal. Politics of Bitcoin. Software as right-wing extremism. Really interesting. Enigma of the Gift. Mental and Material. These are all my Gedeliers. There's a lot of books, and these are only the ones. So the idea would be like getting through that and just at some point having little shorts. That'd be fun. That's my hope. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. I did the same thing with my Plex library. One sec. I don't want you to see my other Google Sheets because they're work related. But 1 second. Because my Plex library was fucking depressing when I fucking exported the whole thing out. I was like, what the fuck? How many? What? So here's like, these are just my movies. They're just my movies. I have a few. And that's just through the letter D. So it's 550 movies and we haven't even gotten out of the D's yet. I hoard media. I have a problem. Am I a Linux man? I am not a Linux man. I was. I was just a kid. Hey kid, how you doing? Kid was over. We were talking. I was like, I used to be a big Linux guy. I finally installed Ubuntu for the first time in like a while. I haven't had anything since like Kali Linux in like, I don't know, fucking 2012. Ubuntu booted up. I'm like, great, this will be fun. I don't want Windows on this machine. I don't have to deal with another license. And I couldn't find root. I installed Ubuntu. Couldn't find root because it didn't automatically create a root user. It did, but it created a user account that wasn't root. I don't care anymore. I don't. It's like I was like at that point I was like I don't understand anything, and I'm done. So I'm not in anything anymore. I don't believe in any of it. I am a OS neutralist.
Well, I'll give you the easy version. Structuralism started out looking at texts and saying, hey, don't these seem to fit into patterns? Like Joseph Campbell's Hero with a Thousand Faces. Supposedly there are these proto-myths that keep coming up in our stories again and again. Peterson's always talking about this stuff. He's always analyzing Disney or Harry Potter and saying, oh hey, you know, this symbol, it's actually a very old thing from ancient whatever, and if you learn these maps of meaning that structure your experience, then you can start taking control of your life. In order to understand the meaning of the text, we have to look at other texts. By the way, text here can mean a literal text like a book, but it can also be a play, a film, a comic, this video, an interpretive dance, basically anything that can carry meaning. So then the structuralists were like, well, what if, as well as looking at the other texts, we also looked at the broader ideas that are hanging around in the culture? Like, for instance, there's this bit in the Bible where Jesus says, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and render unto God what is God's. And if we want to understand the meaning of that, then we should probably read the rest of the Bible, yeah. But also, what was the Roman occupation of Judea like? What did Caesar really mean to those people back then?
That's not structuralism. That's historical analysis. That's material. Is that? I want to say that's like dialectical materialism. I want to say that's like Marx. So the idea, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Oh, well, in order to understand that, we need to go back and look at what everything was or how everything was structured and set up. And it's like, wait, that's the opposite of Jung's version, which is, oh God, like, it'd be one thing if she just got things kind of wrong. Because that would be like, hey, you know what? People get shit wrong. I get shit fucking wrong. I get shit wrong. But it's like layers of like off the mark that it's really hard to know where things are coming from. Okay. Structuralism is something that's about playing with those patterns very much and the recurring symbols. But it's particularly playing much more into a transcendent understanding of those things. Jung, for example, with the sort of global unconscious as a thing. The way that he would function within structuralism is that sort of in this collective unconscious, which is this sort of understanding and totality around everything that's around. There's symbols and patterns everywhere. They have a universal meaning, a universal setup, and they always mean the same things everywhere. That what we're doing is actually separating ourselves from that and pulling from that universal consciousness to our unique element. And yeah, Joseph Campbell plays with Jung, but again, I would even I'd be very hesitant to say that he's a structuralist in the same way Jung is, because he very much diverged from, like, it's just, there's like layers of shit to this that's really sort of tough. Let's say we have archetypes. Okay. Jungian archetypes. We play with, for example, the shadow, which is our repressed, our darker self, our repressed side, the side we don't want people to see. And the self is like this idea of this unity of psyche. These are things that are transcendent patterns that exist no matter where people are or how they've been built not structurally. It's going to be really hard for me to make my way through this without talking in Deleuze words, because I don't buy this and I find it distasteful. I've never understood it as a thing, structuralism. But it's like old tribes, humans, all the way through to us. There's a unifying thing. So render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's. A structuralist would not really give a shit about, like, well, what are the material conditions that existed at the time that encouraged X, Y, or Z? It would be, what are the symbols that are at play, and what is the unifying reality amongst everything? It's pulling all of it together up and going, oh yes, it's about giving to the powerful what is theirs. It's a deference to the leader and understanding that, because it's transcendent. It's structural. Structuralism means that all language is structured the same. She's talking about structural sociological analysis. No. I mean, if she is, and she's going along the lines of Strauss, then you really don't want to bring up Joseph Campbell, because Joseph Campbell did not go the way of Strauss. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what she's saying. Let's keep going. Maybe, oh, this section ends very quickly. Oh God, meaning. Oh God.
Could be good to know. Let's take another.
And just be ready, because if she is going in that direction, I just finished a large video essay that I'm going to be posting in the next couple of days on structuralism and social codes, specifically through Strauss and Godelier and Grial and then D&G.
Another example.
So be ready.
There are some recent adverts on the London Underground recruiting for the Metropolitan Police, and a lot of them show an officer of colour in uniform smiling. Now, on its own, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. But the fact that the Met is about 90% white, and the fact that there are ongoing demonstrations...
You can't just say this is in mythologies. He never did a thing on racial politics in mythologies. Is that how she fucking sourced that? Are you fucking kidding me? Jesus fucking Christ. Now I've got to pull up mythologies, because I don't think this isn't in line with that. And also, is mythologies... I'm sorry, let me see if I can pull up the PDF. Maybe not. Mortal Kombat mythologies. I've got Mortal Kombat mythologies ROM. I would probably get more understanding of Barth's out of that than anything. I don't. We'll see what she does here. Maybe she'll get this. I don't understand.
Smiling. Now, on its own, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. But the fact that the Met is about 90% white, and the fact that there are ongoing demonstrations in this country against police racism and brutality maybe tells us something about what they are trying to communicate.
No, don't. Critique of Ideology glasses, Zizek shit. Okay. Okay. There's a lot of presumptions in this. First off, 100% that ad is the way it is because they have a demand or even an edict to try to hire more people of color. And they're trying to attract people of color by using people of color in the things. Doesn't mean we're not racist. They're not necessarily saying that's a side effect of the thing. So this is not really what the advert's saying. It's playing with and doing very particular things. So what she's fucking up with Barth's is the way that signifiers and signification works. That quote that she was starting with earlier, which apparently whoever wrote this for her, and I don't even know, it did pull from that. But basically we have the image, which is the signifier. This is a Barth shit. Out of that, we get the concept, the signified. So we have that image, right? Make London even better. London even better. The images all, take it all in. London even better. Police, man of color of some sort. And yay, there you go. All of it. That thing, that image, there's a concept that's sort of generated by that. This is the signified. These together produce the sign. The sign is the meaning of it. So it's a tough wording because you tend to think of, well, the sign is the sign. It's like, no, the sign is, in this language, the meaning. The second half of this, and where mythology and ideology come in, is that all of what I've just said within mythology and within myth, all of that becomes just the signifier. The word image, the concept, and the meaning all get flattened together. Okay. And these things together with the myth, all of this would be that London, London good for multiple races, some shit like that. Not forget the words, but like the emotional sentiment that's kind of played, the myth that's created with it. That produces a new signified. That signified is ideology. This is the ideological concept that's generated by that. Okay. And with that, the sign, which becomes the meaning, again, is that of the bourgeois meaning that's generated by that. It doesn't really apply here. We've kind of moved beyond this in Capital. It's one of the reasons that Barth's mythologies doesn't really apply to how imagery works today or operates, because there's a lot of lack of meaning in the image actually is far more important, or the mimetic qualities of it. So it's really not a thing. So it doesn't work the same way. Barth talks about, sorry, I'm just going through in my head. I'm trying to figure out, because I don't have my copy. God damn it. Okay. And I'm going to get the example wrong, but I think this is kind of the thing she's getting at that's in mythologies, because he's writing it about the war and about French imperialism was a big thing of his. So this is like the mythology of the French, the myth of the French, because it was about that. If we see posters of American soldiers, say, carrying the flag, and they're all different ethnicities charging into battle, what it sort of symbolizes is that everyone's together in the fight, right? That's the sort of myth that's created with that. So we have this basic image, this image of these soldiers. There's some racial shit. This is what she's pulling at. I just can't remember the exact example of it, but it's kind of like this. It's Americans. I think for the French, it was, I think it had to do with the French colonies in, God damn it, where was Fanon from? God damn it, Brooks. Someone please, Frantz Fanon, don't make me Google it. He fought in, I'm just going to Google it. And it is Algeria. I think it was about Algeria. And Martinique. So, there it is. French philosopher, French colony of Martinique, Algerian Revolution. So that's our man. That's our dude. And I think Barth was talking about that, and that what you would see back home is you'd see imagery of blacks with the French flag, like proudly holding it. And they'd be like, oh yeah, it's good that we have a colony there. Right? Right? That thing. This is what Barth was critiquing. It doesn't work today because, again, one, the postmodern state of late stage capitalism, as we were talking about earlier, puts us in a place of natural suspicion and an understanding and a cynical view of the world. Capitalism has broken this apart. This is my critique. But if she's using mythologies in this way, this is a really weird way to get around to ideology. The frustrating part is then the use of they live. Don't worry, Glitter Crab. I have it on fucking 4K Blu-ray. I've watched it 100 fucking times. I love They Live. I love everything John Carpenter's done. Everything, even the bad ones. I think they're fun. Escape from LA is very enjoyable. I don't give a shit. Bruce Campbell, phenomenal in that. Phenomenal. His fucking makeup and the entire scene, fucking forget about it. It's brilliant. But the use of They Live is that you see the truth when you put the glasses on. You take them off and you're ensconced in a lie world where there's illusions in front of you everywhere. This is why I hate ideology. This is the shit that makes me fucking sick. Because ideology presumes that you know better. When you say someone is in ideology, presumes you know better than them. I don't buy that. I've never bought that. I've never understood that. I don't know anyone at that point who's not blinded by some form of ideology. And at that point, we're just shitting all over each other constantly. So I have no interest. They Live is awesome as a good film. I actually love Zizek's talk on it. I just disagree with his general takes overall. This is terrible. This is so bad. Yes, Pippa, Kurt Russell. There's just so many good moments in Escape from LA. Escape from New York is better, flatly. But Escape from LA has so many good, dumb moments that it's like, you can tell that then when they were making it, they just decided to have fun. And I appreciate fun, especially in a movie like that. It's just dumb fun. And I like dumb fun. I can't help it. These streams are definitely assisted my own understanding of Nietzsche. I haven't read much from him. Not sure where to start. The gay science. If you can get PDFs, by the way, there are PDFs everywhere. You can see I got this used, $10. I mean, come on. Half price books. Buy it used, buy it from a bookstore. A bookstore everywhere will have a copy of the gay science. It's one of the more published, like everyone's got it. Genealogy and Morals works, but gay science is great. I think our Nietzsche reading group is actually starting with it too. The reason it's great is because everything in it is written in aphorisms. Now, they're ready. See there, here's an entire aphorism to there. That's the entire thought. It's meant to be digested and considered, then moved on. He writes in that sense. And so if it's got 2 or 3 paragraphs, do all 3, then digest, move on. Mental digestion is a theme in Nietzsche. And if you start there, and as you go, if you have trouble with language, type it up in Google with quotes. You will find 1,000 secondary sources that'll help you through it. That's it. It's great. Well, I'm not going to be able to pronounce your name, but I will try. Do you believe ideology critic is unproductive? Critique of ideology, thank you, is unproductive. What should be done instead? Generally curious. I got interested in philosophy of Zizek, and I came to philosophy through much of the same. Lacan and Zizek, through pop culture analysis Zizek was doing. It's the best I've read. Still is. He's very good. When he's good, he was very good. Ideology as a category I find problematic now, because for Deleuze and Guattari, there is no ideology. Instead, we need to understand that everyone is sort of believe everyone where they're at. Don't think that they've got a wool pulled over their eyes. They are produced from their surroundings as much as anything, and so are you. So are all of us. All of these things that we're talking about. These are Cambridge editions. Cambridge edition is fine. Stanford is apparently better. Cambridge is fine. That's what I have. The critique of ideology that Deleuze and Guattari have is sidestepping it. And so it becomes a very different conversation once you go down that road, because there's no lack. It's all affirmative. That's a whole other discussion. I'll put that in my list of things I need to do a video on, because it's actually a really interesting turn. It's just not a thing I'm mentally prepared to sort of go into right now, but I dig it. Yeah.
It tells us something about what they are trying to communicate.
And this is where it's bullshit, because it tells us something about what they're trying to communicate. The awareness of that means that you're not stuck in ideology, definitionally. Like, this is the problem, is like, and Zizek talks about this, that the critique of ideology glasses is the awareness of the thing, but that means that it's if you're aware of what they're trying to communicate, then that's not what they're trying to communicate. That's your ideological stance. You're not actually like magic. So this implies, and she's implying, that if you do these tricks, you'll get at the truth, which is, again, a running theme in all of her fucking videos. And it's all bullshit. There's no truth in this. There's what they're trying to communicate. Who? The Jews? Because there's about 1,000 people who were involved in putting that fucking sign up. Name one of them that just wanted to communicate we're definitely not racist. That's it. There's no other reason. None of those other people had a second or third reason. Maybe they are people of color. Maybe they wanted to do their bit because they didn't like where it was going, and so they got involved in government to try to make change, and they started this. But they want you to not see them as... It's totalizing everyone, and that's the problem. That says, if there is a thing that I hate about this, they don't want you to think like this. Who? The Jews, the Germans. What is it? What is it? What are we doing? How are we setting up? Like, what are we doing here? Don't do that.
the real meaning of the text, or at least one possible meaning of it.
Yeah. Those are two different statements. The real meaning of the text, or maybe the meaning of the text. Or maybe not the meaning of the text. Or not the meaning of the text. Which means that the entire discussion is fucking, like, just right up your own ass. Like, it starts and ends up your own ass.
Is given by something that is not present in the text itself. Basically, meaning is like jazz. It's about the...
This is the phenomenon. This is like fucking weird. This is more phenomenology than the other shit. But this isn't structuralism. The other stuff was more structuralism than this stuff. Do you know how fucking backwards all of this is? It's kind of amazing.
The notes you don't play. Like I said, this should all
The
be
notes
familiar.
you don't play. Yeah, this is all three. This is all that 412. Yeah.
To Jordan Peterson fans. But if the structuralists said the meaning is about the notes you don't play, the
That is not what structuralists would say at all. The meaning is about notes you don't play. So structuralism is about the structures you don't have. It's just nonsense. It's just nonsense. And again, Logic of Sense from Gilles Deleuze. I love that book. One of the things from the book that is to me the best takeaway is to consider sense something that is produced. When we say, oh, I'm making sense of it, you're literally making sense of it. He means to take it quite literally. So when I say some stupid bullshit, or think of an AI that has no idea what it's saying, or I have my dog step on random buttons and they happen to produce words, and then you hear the words and you make sense of them. You are making sense of them. They don't make sense. That's how it works.
post-structuralists said, well, which notes exactly did you not play? And why didn't you play them? If we're talking about the broader ideas that are hanging around in the culture, why are those ideas the ones that are hanging around? What hidden assumptions is the text making? Where do they come from? And whom do they serve? What are you not saying?
What the fuck?
I love...
What are you not saying? That's not what post-structs... I don't even know. Like, post-structuralism is like a really weird... So let's talk about the problems with calling Derrida a post-structuralist. Let's dive into this. Like, he's post-structuralist in the sense that he, like, and people put Deleuze in this. People say Deleuze is post-struck. And I would say no. I would say no to both of those things. I would say he's critical of structuralism, 100%. Like, absolutely. But the problem with calling Derrida anything is that he's a it's like saying that Derrida's post-structuralist is like saying someone who goes, I don't believe in any labels. Oh, you're a non-labelist. Yes, I'm a non-labelist. Wait. Oh, that doesn't work because I don't believe in labels. I guess I'm anti-label. You're an anti-labelist? Yes, I'm an anti-labelist. It's like, no. Like, structuralism necessitates binaries that are in opposition. This is like core Straussian structuralism as a thing. Like, you have these binaries that are in opposition and you play them. The problem is that these binaries can be deeply deconstructed. This is what Derrida did. This was like his jam. Again, I'm not super in Derrida. Take this from someone else, but I'm fairly confident just as a thing, I'm not wrong on this as a setup. Like, the things we call stuff necessarily have to themselves become deconstructed. If you called him a deconstructivist, he would even be like, no. You've got to play with and take away that too. That having baked meaning into any of these things in a structure would be questionable for him. So it's weird. But again, this is also oversimplifying, because he would not be like, oh, what are the things you're not saying? That would not be like Derrida's thing. He would be like, it's just weird. Juxtapose, I like Todd McGowan's take that post-structuralism is a neologism that doesn't really mean anything. Once you start getting into thinkers like a Deleuze or Derrida, and I like some of Derrida's writing. I like actually some of Derrida's writing very much. I'm not super versed in it. Like, Derrida's incredibly complicated, but it's like, once you start labeling people who like their entire thing is about breaking away from the conditioning that is labels, you're doing a disservice to them. And I understand we need things to describe people, but you also can just talk about the person. But again, that's not Abigail's thing. That's not her thing. She wants to be categorized as successful, as a woman, as this, it's identitarianism run amok.
Of the royal family.
I'm not watching this.
Sometimes you love something. So we've got the structuralists who say that meaning is about the notes you don't play, and we've got the post-structuralists who ask, why didn't you play those notes?
That is no. Just no. And like, no.
What Peterson does is he cuts right in the middle there and he says,
Jan can do defining structuralism or post-structuralism as meaning not present in the text allows a stretching of the word beyond its specificity where you can use it in any way. This is when I talked about analogy, and I will continue to do this, utilizing analogy when you can actually, especially with philosophical concepts that have executable praxis, doing so only does a disservice to everybody. If I say, the body without organs, it's kind of like a cell phone or some shit, then what I've done is I've not explained the thing. I've given you a shape that you will attach to this concept. And the analogy then controls how you understand it. I've conditioned your understanding of it. But I can give you an example of the body without organs. Have you ever experienced or noticed playing a game, how there's a meta that evolves at some point when people play for years and years and years? World of Warcraft, there's a meta. The meta is not the body without organs. But the question I would have is, as people play, there is a surface that sort of is built or being built as people play that the meta is written on top of. That paper, that surface, that space of possibility that slowly collapses into what the hardened meta is. That thing is the body without organs. I don't have to give you a fucking allegory or analogy or some story bullshit. You just say what the thing is and talk through it. And it's like, structuralism is the idea that people experience things and humans build stuff based on opposition. So Strauss looks back and he goes, hey, the distinction of fresh food, for example, raw food versus cooked food. This is actually something that over time began to take on cultural impact. Now we could say, and we can look back and go, well, it's because it's healthier, but they didn't fucking know that. They didn't know these things. How did they build into meaning? Well, they did it because the opposition of fresh to like raw food to cooked food meant actually civilized food, because animals ate the other kind. Humans ate cooked food. So civilized food was cooked. And we can actually see this today. The vibe, there's a restaurant in LA that serves specifically raw meat. That's their thing. They serve a bunch of different raw foods. And it's seen as closer to being animals. It's a hippie thing, or it's animalistic or carnivore. I think it's called carnivore. Like, it plays to animals. Whereas the refined, ultra processed stuff that you see in like a fucking 3-star crazy fucking Michelin restaurant, that shit is like it's deeply civilized. We talk about it like this even to this day. But this changes also over time, because how does cooking happen? Where does cooking work? Well, over time, because women For example, women tended to be left indoors, men outdoors. They would have control or guarding or outside. So within tribes, grilling, I just want to grill. Well, that's not a thing that's new. Being outdoors, like protecting or building or all of that was part of other systems, meant that the cooking outside tended to be done by men. Inside, boiling and baking was seen as women's work. These things developed over time as binaries. This is the structural anthropology like 101. These social codes were developed in time in tandem with these binaries. Godelier critiques this and blows it apart in my mind, because he starts going, well, it's not just that. It's also that there's these weird things of how the social order and power structures that were already in place work with that. At one point, this tribe realized that they could actually produce a huge amount of salt, and of special salt, by burning these leaves from this very specific plant. It was a very salty plant, but they'd burn it, and then they'd use that stuff, and it would cure things faster. And some dude, doesn't matter, some dude, some woman, a person invented this, figured this out. But that thing wasn't thought to be special until salt was able to be sold. But because men tended to have power in these tribes, and they were the ones doing the exchanges, suddenly that work switched from being women's work, because it was boring and no money, because the men were in the money. Well, now money, it's a man's thing now. We even see this today when we talk about computers. This is an example I use. Computers, for the longest time, was seen as secretarial, boring work. Coding was done by women because it was seen as not important, it was non-creative, and it was boring, so it would go to women. That's why they had secretaries doing this. It's why women were the first coders and built the first systems and built the first programming languages. If you know anyone from the era, it's an incredible set of stories. But at some point, you could make money. And who's in charge of money? Men. So suddenly it became a male-dominated, by a brutal level, male-dominated thing. These binary oppositions and these setups are incredible. Godelier. Here, I'll type it in chat for everyone. Godelier. He wrote, these are my two favorite books of his. If you are interested in structural anthropology, it's a one-stop shop book because it lets you skip. This is not a short read. This is not a short read. Okay. This is 550 pages. This is Maurice Godelier's book on Claude Lévi-Strauss. He studied under him. He actually knew him very well. And it's a study of, it's a critique, but extraordinary critique, because it's not just beating up on the book. It's not just beating up on Godelier. Like, Godelier's not like, Strauss is stupid. It's like, here's where he went. Here's how he did these things. It's like a history of Strauss's work. It's amazing. But then he does the twist where it's like, but here is my thought. And Godelier's brilliant. This is way more than a 6-hour read. This took me half a year. I think this took me half a year. And I only was able to do that because I had read many, many times this one. Metamorphoses of Kinship. This is, if this is like revisiting Strauss and going over it and critiquing it, this is straight up doing the thing. And it is a stunning book. A lot of this is where Gilles Deleuze and Felix guattari take from anti-oedipus. There is entire sections here. There's a section called Incest and Misuses of Sex, and his critique and how he goes through it. And it is, it's academic, but it's not dry. And so it's incredible. Both are just amazing. It's hard for me to recommend anything. Those two books, and if you're into anthropology, you should read a lot more. There's a lot of amazing, but those two will give you an amazing foundation to be able to just really have discussions with anyone in that field. And I mean that. Like, it's the kind of thing, like, if you can do it, it's wonderful. The Mediocre Man. Oh no. New book. I don't want that. I don't need that at all. Do I need that? I do. Please say it's good. Let me find out what this book is. Someone recommended me a book, and I hate you people sometimes, but I love you, actually. Mediocre man. Ingenieros. Notes of a mediocre man? No. El hombre mediocre. The mediocre man in Spanish. And that is not in English. That will be. Let's see if I can find an English translation for it. I'll have to translate it. There's none of these are in English. See, library doesn't have it. I'll look for it. I'm a sucker for reading all of these things. What in the fuck is this? God, I hope it's. Someone commented they wanted a video. They jump into the server. They were so excited. They were very nice, and they grabbed the video and then they left the server. And someone went, "You know, they're an anti-Semitic fascist channel." And I'm like, "Oh, for fuck's sake!" Like, it's like, God damn it. Doctor, professor, cultivator of psychiatric, philosophical, and sociological studies. He developed multiple and fruitful activity in all those domains, as works vast residence. Mediocre man, the author set himself a noble task to stigmatize routine, hypocrisy, and servility, those disastrous moral scourges that prevent the formation of ideals and the ennoblement of life. Interesting. That seems like a thing I probably won't super like, but maybe I'm wrong. We'll find out. We'll see. It's interesting. I like interesting new stuff. Oh, James, you got it. If you have any, feel free to let me know when you start reading, because I could do a second reading of it. I probably shouldn't. I'm in the middle of other books, but God, it's such a good read. Metamorphosis of Kinship is, if you read Graeber's latest book, The History of Whatever, I got halfway through it and I found a lot of what he reported on incredulous. His sources were difficult for me to see how he saw what he saw into it, and I don't think he did. I think there's a lot of secondary authoring that went in. I didn't like it. But the idea of what that book promised was that we would read it and, oh my God, it'll blow apart everything you understand about how we originated and everything. It did not do that. Metamorphosis of Kinship, it does. It completely changed my view of how codes are founded, how society works, and how we find and strive with a common meaning. It's wonderful.
It's biology. Check this out. If I say, I think that female politician is being overbearing and aggressive in a way that women shouldn't be, then that sounds subjective. Somebody might come back to me and say, well, first of all, I disagree, and second of all, why do you think women shouldn't be aggressive? Where did you get that assumption? Whom does it serve? But if I say, I think that female politician is acting out the Jungian archetype of the devouring mother, which is present in the evolved collective unconscious of humanity, and that sounds objective, doesn't it?
No. What? How is that any less subjective? There's no way I heard it right.
Subjective.
There's no way I heard it right.
Structuralists who say that meaning is about the notes you don't play, and we've got the post-structuralists who ask, why didn't you play those notes? What Peterson...
I just have so many issues.
does is he cuts right in the middle there and he says...
Oh, and CJ, I saw your note earlier. If you're looking into disability studies, jump into the DGQC, discord.gg/DGQC, and at Roger. Maybe literally his postdoc is in disability studies in Deleuze. He would be able to give you so many modern, up-to-date things. He's phenomenal. He's brilliant, and he doesn't know it. He's too humble and funny and weird.
Says, it's biology. Check this out. If I say, I think that female politician is being overbearing and aggressive in a way that women shouldn't be, then that sounds subjective. Somebody might come back to me and say, well, first of all, I disagree, and second of all, why do you think women shouldn't be aggressive? Where did you get that assumption? Whom does it serve? But if I say, I think that female politician is acting out the Jungian archetype of the devouring mother, which is present in the evolved collective unconscious of humanity.
First off, if someone said this to me, I'd probably just start laughing because I'd be like, you're retarded. Jung has a place, and I've actually had some people really do some interesting things with Jung when talking with me and finding with it. It's about what people do with the work. So I'm not going to say anyone who uses Jung, but if that's what you're doing, that you're going to say that woman is a bitch because of this, I would just fucking laugh. You can't say that word, it's wrong. Look, I'm only talking about the retard that is in the unconscious, the global unconscious, the archetypical retard.
And that sounds objective, doesn't it? Jordan Peterson did say that about former Ontario Premier Kathleen Wynne, and people criticised him for being sexist, and he...
Because he's being sexist.
Said, how dare you, I'm not being sexist. I'm just reporting the facts.
So she said, we're going back again, sorry.
In the middle there, and he says, it's biology. What he does is he cuts right in the middle there, and he says, it's biology.
Okay, so the Jungian archetypes are biology to Peterson, is what she's saying. Okay. Peterson says it's biology. You see, if I said that this woman is behaving in a way women shouldn't, biologically, it's not biology, but Peterson...
Being active. Where did you get that assumption? Whom does it serve? Acting out of collective unconscious of humanity. And that sounds objective, doesn't it?
It sounds incredibly stupid, also. Like, it'd be like appealing to the idea that, like, if a Christian said, that's what our Lord God told me in a dream last night. Like,
Jordan Peterson did say that about former Ontario Premier Kathleen Wynne, and people criticised him for being sexist. And he said, how dare you, I'm not being sexist. I'm just reporting the facts. You are trying to silence objective truth. There's this...
He's lying. He's just lying. Don't give him this room. Are you giving him room, PhilosophyTube? Why would you do this? He's an anti-trans activist. Why would you give him room? You're giving him room. You're giving Jordan Peterson cover. Why would you give Jordan Peterson cover? Why would you do that? Like, you don't have to give him cover. You don't need to do that. Don't do that. People trust you. 3.8 million people watched this video. You gave him cover. You're giving Jordan Peterson cover.
It's weird tension in
fucking
Peterson's
pathetic
work because he's trying to have
God damn, you suck.
And eat it. The core of it is subjective phenomenological experience, and then he builds out to a kind of...
No, it's not. It's not phenomenological. It's subjective experience. It's not phenomenological. Phenomenology actually doesn't posit a subjective experience because it's not about necessarily the subject. The subject is the body. The body and the experience are one and the same.
Structuralism, where he says the world is interpreted through stories that get their meaning from outside the text.
That's not what structuralism is either. She's really just fucking dumb.
But then he just stops. He seems so incurious about who gets to tell stories, whose meanings are allowed to stick and whose are not. And it's maddening because the ideas he's discussing are really interesting, but it's like he refuses to read any philosophy written after 1967. Peterson has said in the past that post-structuralist philosophers like Jacques Derrida were trying to get rid of the idea of objective truth. They're questioning the idea that a text can have objective meaning. It's this...
What we can expect from someone ties. I've heard this. Let me reverse that, because ties to MI5 doesn't mean anything. Like, there are people of every stripe in every direction in every way involved in different things. There are people in the American government, in the CIA, who probably have weird positions that you would not expect, or who are trying to do things in different ways. People are unique and weird. They're made of their material conditions and produced in a lot of different ways. Abigail is not surprising. She has it's not that we should expect less this from her because she has ties to MI5. It's that we should expect ties to MI5 because we get this from her. Because this is the shit she puts in the world, considerably clear that her social and material investments personally are in the current power structure. You want to talk about structuralism? She's invested in the structure. She just wants to be in charge of it.
Big threat to West.
She wants, passing trans women to be seen as full cis women in every single way, and completely forget about the reality of the lived trans experience for the vast majority of people, especially those who aren't white and have money in Britain.
Western civilization. And some philosophers do question the idea of objective truth. But I think that when people hear that, they go, because what they hear is questioning the idea that I can be right. Questioning the idea that I can win the debate.
She is the Drake of identity politics. Yeah, it's
Fortunately, on this channel, we don't care about being right.
it's
Every
good.
episode of PhilosophyTube is wrong. In fact, I refuse to be correct. The goal is to be wrong in interesting ways.
You failed that. You're just wrong in really boring, frustrating ways. And nothing you've said is right.
When philosophers say they are questioning the idea of objective truth, what they mean is there are always some notes that are not being played.
I hate this so much. I hate you people. I hate all of this. Why do I do this? I blame Sunday. I blame Sunday explicitly. It's all his fault. This motherfucker. What the fuck is that? When scientists say they're questioning objective truth, there are notes we're not playing, which implies that there is an objective truth. That if the philosophers believe that there is an objective truth, it's just notes we aren't all playing, or that aren't being played. What? I need someone to explain to me. This is so awful. Oh, good fucking Christ. Good fucking Christ. PhilosophyTube. I'm changing the stream's name. PhilosophyTube. Proudly incorrect in ways she doesn't understand. Oh my God, we're only halfway through. Glitter Clap, dear, don't do that to me. Please. Please don't do that to me. We're going to take a break for a second. I'm going to get some water. Because I need to get some water and take a moment, use the bathroom. I have to let my dog out of the room. Dog's going nuts. I'm gonna get a little snack for myself. We'll be back in, I don't know, probably 2 minutes, maybe 3. We'll be right back. Just doing a lot of stuff on my channel's AI. A lot of stuff is. It's easier. Also fun. That song is AI generated. Well, part of it. It's a long story. There's a couple sites where you can have stems made, and I like playing with the tools. I don't pretend otherwise. I like playing with all of these tools. I find them fascinating. How they work, what they see, how they kind of allow us to sort of fuck with stuff. I do circuit bending. I consider AI to be very similar to that in that it's kind of a weird fucking with stuff. But again, my views on AI are also very strange in other ways. But all that stuff is like just shit I've found and made. This PhilosophyTube video is, let me extend the window so you can see, because it's Jordan Peterson's ideology. Yeah. I'm big into modular synth. Like you can't see it. I do streams once in a while where I'm soldering. I have a lot. I have stupid shit. I have a lot of stupid shit. It's a lot of dumb shit I've collected sort of over the years. It's just a whole thing. One sec, I'm getting my little snacks out because this is a whole fucking halfway. God damn it. We're fucking halfway. I'm so upset about that. I'm so upset that we're halfway. Salt and vinegar peanuts are my snack tonight. Trying to be healthy. Water and salt and vinegar peanuts. Let's do it.
And we can get curious about why. Knowledge is always known by some person, and people have their flaws, their blind spots, their financial incentives, their jockeying for position. So what gets called knowledge?
Do you really have to cite that? Like, of all the things to take from any of these books, it's like this fucking garbage, simple, brain-dead take.
And we can get curious about why. Knowledge is always known by some person, and people have their flaws, their blind spots, their financial incentives, their jockeying for position. So what gets called knowledge?
That's two sources for that sentence. That's depressing. Because I don't need a source to say, knowledge is made by people, and people are fairly flawed, complex creatures. That's it. Yes, but do you have a source for this? Do you have sources in critical theory for that statement? Do you think that they're not complex? No, I think they're simple, and that I don't have a source for this. Just whatever.
And who gets to be seen as a knowledgeable expert has a kind of social dimension to it. If you wanted to be very inflammatory and provocative, you could say, well, you're denying that there's objective truth, or are you saying there are things that I can't know because I'm white, or whatever. You could spin it that way, but only at the risk of looking like you haven't done the reading.
She's right there.
You could spin it that way, but only at the risk of looking like you haven't done the reading.
I'm just letting you know. That is a spot-on fucking statement. That is a spot-on statement, and I'm going to make sure that moment is immortalized. We're going to, just real quick, just go boop. And there you go. Just one sec.
But only at the risk of looking like you haven't done the reading. You could spin it that way, but only at the risk of looking like you haven't done the reading.
I love that. That is saved.
Having looked at the bones and the muscles of Jordan Peterson, now let's look at the crispy outer shell.
I can explain Jordan Peterson very easy. It's actually very, very easy. He is a white middle-class man who's slightly older than I am, who went to school in a time when white man controlled everything, not just almost everything, and is very upset about that almost. And so as he got older and he started to see that his life was not actually the successful thing he wanted, as he saw that his papers on Jung were not actually interesting, and that actually Jung, not the best place to have spent the time that he did and the hours that he did, and no one cared about him, began to become frustrated. That frustration, resentment built out. And as he did, he turned it on trans people who he was very upset were getting attention. Why is everyone paying attention to them when I have problems? Why don't they know that I care? And so he turned it on them, and that gained him fame because the conservative movement, which generally wants to repress all of our sexuality, which he also wants, by the way, he innately has a disgust for anything that's sexual. Gross. Bodies are gross. I mean, to the point where his daughter married a guy named Jordan. So she screams her father's name while getting fucked, which, enjoy that for someone who read Jung and Freud and does this work. So he's got all these problems, but the money and value system that exists propped that up, and people joined because they are also uncomfortable with trans people. And so we have Jordan Peterson. That's it. That's it. He's not complicated. People aren't that complicated. They're fascinating, but they're not that complicated.
The self-help stuff. And if you've gotten a lot of help from Peterson's work, that's really cool. I would never take that away from you.
I would. If you've gotten help from Peterson's work, it's turned you into a person who kind of probably sucks. Really. If it happens to be that you got through Peterson's work and you came out the other side, and you hearing me say that, and you go, I get what you mean, but I didn't turn out shitty, good for you. I would still want to take it from you, and you would probably regret it. Because the idea of cleaning up your room, or learning to accept the sacrifice, standing up straight, these are not simple rules. He's got complex realities behind them in all of his 24 bullshit rules. They do not turn you into a better person. They turn you into a more malleable, particular person who's exchangeable inside of various commodity fetishized sort of positions in society. You're not going to be happier from reading his garbage. You know how I know? Look at all the people who've read his garbage.
In fact, I think there's some advice in...
You were 15? Yeah, exactly. I liked Ayn Rand. Like, do not get me fucking started on, I'm not saying you're fucked forever, but that's not the book. Fountainhead was not the book that did it for me. This is not the thing that helped me, right? People do not get help out of these books. They do not. It's like saying, Anthony Robbins changed my life. No, he fucking didn't.
In here that's genuinely really good. I particularly enjoyed chapter 2, Imagine Who You Could Be, then aim single-mindedly at that. I did that ages ago, turned out I'm a woman, 10 out of 10. Beyond Order is basically 12 Rules for Life again. In fact, I think there's some advice in here that's genuinely really good. I particularly enjoyed chapter 2, Imagine Who You Could Be, then aim single-mindedly at that.
Chapter 2, Imagine You Could Be, means that it's not who you are. Specifically, it's about an idealized version of yourself and charging at that. I'm going to have issues if that's what she's claiming is like.
I did that ages ago, turned out I'm a woman, 10 out of 10. Beyond Order is basically 12 rules.
She decided she was a woman. Not turned out. She decided she was a woman. That's what Jordan Peterson, that's what the fucking thing's about. It's like she didn't even read the fucking book she's talking about now.
Rules for Life again, but with the spicier stuff taken out. It's basically just a normal self-help book now.
That's a self-report.
And the advice it gives is sometimes pretty good, but it's fairly standard across the genre. Purely by chance, I came across this blog by Dr. Nerdlove, which contains pretty much the exact same advice, except blogs don't charge you 20 quid to read them. But
I want to read. We're going to read that.
It's in advice, except
Paging Dr. Nerdlove, and it's specifically, how men can stop feeling unwanted. Being a man, particularly a straight cisgendered man, can be a perverse paradox at times. Society caters to us in almost every way imaginable. It's like sometimes I can't tell if I'm reading Nazi sarcasm posting about liberals or liberals honest posing about pretending to be leftists. Right? Do you know what I mean? Like, even in 2021, as we strive towards greater social and sexual equity for people of different genders and sexualities, straight cis men are very much at the top of the social heap, yet men are lonelier and more isolated than ever, feeling not just lost but ignored or cast aside. Does this person understand how they write a sentence and they open up that society caters to us in almost every way, but we're ignored and cast aside? You don't want to have that conversation? It's very weird. Seems laughable. Society caters to straight men to an absurd degree. The world is nothing if not considered men's wants and interests. This is not someone who's ever read a book on gender. Like Judith Butler would be like, tone the gender shit down. Fucking weirdo. Tone that gender shit down. Go read my books. What the fuck? Straight men's desires, anxieties, and especially their boners aren't the Rosetta Stone of modern advertising, but much of pop culture overall. Says a man writing about, I'm just so... The entire literary fiction genre, for example, is an almost constant paean to navel-gazing dudes who want to muse about roads not taken and drown their own way in desire to bone much younger women. Now, I'm going to just ask a question, because I'm not up on what the kids read. Literary fiction genre is a constant paean to navel-gazing dudes. I am pretty sure the vast majority of young adult fiction, the vast majority, as in like 99% of it, is not written for men. It's written for women with these guys in it. So it's not really catering to white cis men. It's more catering to the normative condition and the position that cis white men operate, but not cis white men. It's more catering to that symbolic order and that position, that structure. So I can't even handle a blog post. Why am I doing this? Okay, let's they think they're being funny here. Here we go. Yes, I'm a published author and well-respected, tenured professor of literature at prestigious university, but somehow I'm still unfulfilled. Maybe another affair with an undergrad will help. Like I said in my column of Ben's failures being invisible, the issue... See, she just said that it's just this and it's nothing, but already, like... you can see the problems? How is that? How do you not critique this? They're continually showing their heart's desires, but fulfillment is just out of reach. Told that this is what they're supposed to want, and this is what makes them a real man, but they're unable to partake of it. Frustration, despair of realizing rewards, blah, blah. It comes back to Fight Club, like, blah, blah, blah. This is... it comes up many different ways because we still separate and lionize toxic and restrictive forms of masculinity, even immediate that purports to deconstruct them. Men who don't meet self-imposed rigidities, ideals, feel as though they aren't real men. They just feel excluded, blah, 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 blah. Oh my God. This is just... For women, so the theory goes, it's as simple as breathing. They show up and are slather with attention while men are ignored. As a result, men are desperate for even a hint of attention. Women are so blessed with it hardly seems fair. This ignores a number of issues. It's the fact that women don't just have to breathe to get attention from men. Instagram models, cosplayers, highly visible, conventionally attractive women may get attention. Hey, just so you know, this is this is an exceptional amount of labor. This is labor. Being attractive is labor. The women they notice get attention, but they overlook and ignore the ones who don't stand out or measure up to definition of attractiveness. Yeah, see, here we go. Okay, finally. The choice of clothing, hairstyle, behaving in certain ways. No, but that's not the same thing. It's an exceptional amount of labor. It's labor. Second, the attention they're frequently receiving isn't about appreciation, but domination and intimidation. Yes, third, women aren't getting attention. And well, it's easy. I'm actually coming around. This article is not the worst thing I've ever read. Is this what Jordan Peterson's saying? This does not seem like what Jordan Peterson said in his book from what I remember at all. It's easy to dismiss examples like this due to sexual orientation and ingrained homophobia. It's easy to imagine similar scenarios involving women that you simply aren't attracted to or even repelled by. And wanted attention, even by people who are conventionally attractive, isn't the compliment that people advantage, something I speak to from experience, in fact. I was creeped on by a woman. Okay. This is, I'm not doing this. I'm not. Sorry, I'm not.
Blogs don't charge you.
Invix, welcome to Supporting Machines. Thank you for joining the channel. If you guys support and like what I do, super chats are lovely. Joining as a member, always wonderful. Of course, like and subscribing. Patreon, also great. Patreon.com/DGQC, or join the DGQC, which is at discord.gg/DGQC. I think right now on there is a reading of Nietzsche's Twilight of the Idols every Friday. So we have a lot of readings, and Lilia's lovely. And I think it's her first reading, which is really great to see. I'm always happy to see people taking it on. There's a lot of people in there. Oh, a couple of you are even in there. Oh, Pippa, that's why Pippa left. See? I love it. This makes me happy that people are... This is like the shit for me. That makes me so fucking happy. That makes me fucking happy.
You 20 quid to read them. But it's inherited some of the problems of the self-help genre as well. For instance, I can't help but notice that if I did everything Peterson suggests, clean my room, take responsibility, yada yada yada, I would still be living in a country where I'm not allowed to get married, start a family, or get healthcare the same way everyone else is. Unfortunately, no amount of self-help is going to fix all of your problems, but that's an issue with the whole genre, not just Peterson. The reason I bring it up, though, is it shows us that Peterson's work is aimed at helping a particular kind of self. What we are talking about here is what philosophers call subjectification.
I fucking hate everything about this video so much.
And it's famously very simple. To understand it, let's read a passage from philosopher Louis Althusser.
If she does it, she's going to do it a third time, you know. Althusser wouldn't be the first place I'd go for reasons. But yeah, I just, yeah. She's going to do the thing. What the fuck?
Okay.
What?
Understand it, let's read a passage from philosopher Louis Althusser.
Oh, Dark Guana. Is Althusser bad? He fucking... Let's just say he had a difficult relationship with his wife, and you can Google that. I mean, there's canceling a philosopher, and then there's like, I mean, if you're going to do a whole video that we just did 7 hours on about how Nietzsche, because of some shithead who fucking overrated some stuff, might be anti-Semitic, and so therefore take his stuff. But then Althusser is who you're going to refer people to, and he fucking strangled his fucking wife, murdered her. Like, come on. Come on.
Okay.
Not saying Althusser doesn't have good writing. Like I am a very much a fucking don't care about the author person. But if you're gonna do a video about Nietzsche and shit on Nietzsche for like fucking forever, like Helene would have a fucking thing or two to say about that.
Hey, imagine that you are reading the newspaper and you see the headline, "Nation celebrates royal baby." Now that's not quite the same thing as saying lots of people within the nation celebrate the royal baby, is it? Because by saying the nation celebrates, you're subtly implying that anyone who isn't celebrating isn't really part of the nation. That's one of the notes that you're not playing. If you don't feel this way, then you're not really one of us. The celebration and the public declaration of it actually constructs the nation and creates national subjects, hence subjectification. One of
I have a problem with this way of. I have a big problem with this sort of mentality when it comes to explaining what subjectification is. There is the idea of the subject is used, and the reason we use subject as a thing in this is the king's subjects, the nation's subjects. So, like, that is where the term comes from, but subjectification, like, as a thing, well, I don't even know why, like, Althusser would be who you'd go to or even mention for that. Like, Foucault would be someone, because he talks a great deal about subjectification. Deleuze would be lovely. Butler. I'm trying to figure out, like, what the fuck this is. Because that's not the subject, the ego, the I, there's a lot of ways, but subjectification is not, oh, are you part of the nation or not? Which is what she implied there. And that's not, just so you know, that's not subjectification. It's involved with it, but that's not what subjectification is.
the best ways of doing this is to use an emotion. If you just say, everyone in Britain supports the monarchy, then people reject the message. There are millions of us that don't. But by using an emotion, particularly one as powerful as joy about a new baby, you smuggle the real message under the radar. There's a bonus effect as well. Philosopher Sarah Ahmed points out that anyone who doesn't have the emotion they are told to have can be called a killjoy. At best, a national buzzkill. At worst, a national threat.
Man, she just sucks at this so bad. So, I would then ask, what makes the emotion? Why do people have the emotions they have about a baby? Because it's not accurate. People don't see baby food and go, oh my God, I love baby food too, because there's a picture of a baby on it. This isn't even fucking Barth's at this point. What she's doing is what Nietzsche said Christianity did with reading. Yes. Oh, I do like that we can come back to Nietzsche. Mystifying readers with complicated text and extracting the wildest interpretations from them, stifling critical thought. It's exactly what Nietzsche's critique was. But of course, he hated Jews. You do have to, by the way, if you can, I'd love it. You don't have to. Type out phonetically how to say your name. I do not read anything Chinese, Japanese, Korean, kanji. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm American. I have enough trouble with fucking English letters.
Now, it's very important to note that people don't always do this deliberately. News editors aren't sitting in...
Oshihama. Thank you. Wait, people don't do this deliberately? You mean... Wait. That would mean that people do ideology sometimes deliberately. But then it's not ideology.
Smote all threat. Now it's very important to note.
It's written in hiragana. Well, see, that's how stupid I am.
People don't always do this deliberately.
People don't always do this deliberately, which means they occasionally do ideology deliberately, which means it's not ideological, it's cynical. You do ideology deliberately, eat shit Sunday. Fuck you for making me watch this video, by the way. And by the way, I heard you're writing something about Deleuze up. You may do an essay with Deleuze in it. I'm going to enjoy that. I'm going to enjoy that good.
News editors aren't sitting in smoky rooms going, hee 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 hee, we will use the royal baby story to push the secret mind control. Be careful. It's very easy to slide into conspiracy, in particular anti-Semitic conspiracy theory about Jews running the media.
Yeah, like, you know what, an easy way that you could see, like an example of that? One sec.
An officer of color in uniform smiling. Now, on its own, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. But the fact that the Met is about 90% white, and the fact that there are ongoing demonstrations in this country against police racism and brutality, maybe tells us something about what they are trying to communicate.
What they are trying to communicate. What they are trying to communicate. Okay? Get it? What they. No. Be careful. We don't want to fall into anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. That would be ridiculous and awful. We don't want to do that. That'd be just insane. We don't want to go down that road. Because they don't do it intentionally. But they...
In smoky rooms going, hee 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 hee, we will use the royal baby story to push the secret mind control. Be careful. It's very easy to slide into conspiracy, in particular anti-Semitic conspiracy theory about Jews running the media.
They... Yeah, it's very easy to fall into that, especially when you totalize and talk about them like this, you fucking useless
Ideology
bag of
isn't
shit.
a conspiracy.
God
Remember we
damn
talked
it.
about the notes that aren't being played? Well, the point is, we don't realize they're not being played.
I like the shadow. Has anyone else been paying attention to the
Being
shadows in the
played?
background?
Well, the
Because
point
this is a stage.
we don't realize they're not being played because their absence is
And they actually have like someone walking back and forth or some sort of, it's really
assumed
weird.
to be natural. And we all make those sorts of assumptions, including me. Basically,
Okay. There is nothing, I think, that frustrates me more than someone who's basically taking almost word for word a thing, and then they cite it. But here's the thing. If you're doing philosophy, and let's say, I don't know, Slavoj Žižek, who is very prolific and has written everything he's said 20 times in 20 books, in books big and large. As you saw in my sheet, I have a few. And you're talking about ideology. And what you do is literally cite the thing you're stealing the bit from. So if you didn't know, this whole bit, this whole fucking bullshit bit she's doing. Žižek critique of ideology glasses. So this is, and I'm going to mute it because I don't want to get a copyright strike because these people are nuts. This is They Live, but it's specifically from The Pervert's Guide to Audiology, which is a movie Sophie Fiennes and Slavoj Žižek edited together. And here he's talking and doing the thing, talking about the critique of ideology glasses, which is the bit she's doing. And he's explaining. And she took the bit, she's using the bit, and instead of citing one of his books, which would be fair, take the bit, cite one of his books so people can go find it, she just fucking cites...
And we all make those...
She just cites The Pervert's Guide to Ideology, the movie. Because it turns out her understanding and where she gets her information from sometimes is even as shallow as she is.
Sorts of assumptions, including me. Basically, ideologies are like arseholes. Everyone's got one, we use it every day, but you very rarely look at your own unless something's gone wrong. So
No.
let's take a closer look at Jordan Peterson's arsehole. A lot of
See? It's a funny joke.
Peterson's self-help work is about having the right emotion. In particular, he cautions against acting from resentment, because resentment just makes everything worse. I think this is great advice. I've seen it happen in my professional acting career. People get rejected at auditions, they take it personally, they get bitter, and then they do get a lead role, and they start acting like, yeah, now I'm Johnny Big Bollocks. And it's like, dude, you are playing Hamlet, but it's a profit share production in the car park of a Toby Carvery in Slough.
What a cunt. What a cunt. Like, that's fucking... What a fucking bitch. That's a fucking bitch move. That's a fucking awful thing to say. That is a terrible thing to say to people. That's fucking mean as shit. Jesus, good fucking Christ. Allow me to reword it slightly so she can see how it feels. See, a lot of people, they spend their lives trying to become something. And then at some point, they actually get to be that thing. But in reality, after they get high and mighty and they start sniffing their own farts and they post shitty videos on YouTube pretending they understand philosophy and about an acting career that's about to fucking die. And you're just like, come on, you fucking loser. Why are you doing that? You barely read any books and you've been in a handful of things that most of the world laughed about. See, it's cruel. It's cruel to do that. People have success. Laud them for that success and support them. If they're dicks, they're dicks. Let them be dicks. Don't be dicks back to them. It's cruel. It's fucking cruel to do this. And it also shows what kind of person she is, as far as I'm concerned. That's a big red flag. Oh, you're also just a shitty piece of shit too. Did you realize you're a shitty piece of shit? Fuck.
Stop shouting at the makeup artists. They become bad actors, and nobody wants to work with them. So
Self-report.
yes, I agree with Peterson. Sometimes
Self-report.
arrogance and resentment, even in the face of genuine injustice, can just make everything worse. However,
here's a fun part. And it's why Peterson's talk about resentment I always enjoy reading, because he doesn't understand. His reading of Nietzsche is as bad as hers. And they probably read it the same thing. They both talk about the same thing. And it's the feeling of resentment to them. I resent that. I feel that. They cognize it. That's not what Nietzsche's talking about. That's not it at all. He's not talking about that. He's not talking about the cognition of, oh, I'm mad at that person. I'm going to be continually mad. That's not what they're doing. That's not what they're doing. I'm being mean, Mr. Brooks. I am being mean. That was my point. And it's cruel. It's awful of me to do that. It's a shitty thing to do to another person. But John, you're right. It's a terrible thing to do. It's awful. Support people. Be kind. Don't be a fucking bitch. This is terrible.
let's bring in what we just learned about emotions creating subjects. In 12 Rules for Life, Peterson had a bit of a bee in his bonnet about Marxists being fueled by resentment. This is a very old idea, goes back to the 19th century. Socialists don't care about the poor, they just hate the rich. This is a theme that some of Peterson's more conservative fans jumped on. Author Jim Prosser wrote a biography called Savage Messiah, How Jordan Peterson is Saving Western Civilization, which I read with the aid of a large number of painkillers. And almost every other page is process saying Marxists are resentful and spiteful and nasty. And really, I think it's cancel culture. I think you're trying to cancel Karl Marx, Jim. Well, some of us believe in free speech, babes. Accusing your enemies of being fueled by resentment is genius. Because it's...
I mean, it's just a self-report. That's how it works. Because resentment is a conscious thing. It means that they're applying outward drives to you, not inward resentment, which is... It doesn't even
completely
matter.
bulletproof. A Marxist could say, well, I don't think I am fueled by resentment, actually. And Peterson could say, well, you see, it's unconscious resentment. You can't...
Transmisogyny, not cool, Mr. Brooks. I can't tell if people are fucking with me.
tell, but I had a dream about Carl Jung, and he told me that you are no good. And it's also completely reversible. You could say, I think Marxists are fueled by resentment. And Marxists could say, well, I think that you're only saying that because you're fueled by resentment.
Jesus fucking Christ. It bypasses the entirety of the intended conversation here. And again, if this is what she's saying, and this is what she's doing, and this is her critique of what Peterson's doing, this is what Peterson claims everyone is doing. She's doing the thing. She's just running with the thing. No, Invix, I think a few of these people are fucking with me. It's hard to tell. Or if not, let me know. I mean, I already said that clearly, and if it didn't come across, I don't believe in being mean to these people. Like, that's not what I want to do. I'm mad at her, and I actually think I'm furious at her. But it's not saying, oh, get over yourself. You're like, that's where resentment is. Get over yourself. You just have some shitty YouTube channel. That's not the thing. That's not the thing. Talking about someone's achievements and their success. Oh, it's actually really small, so get over yourself. That's resentment in action. That's the thing. She's doing the thing. And I don't like the thing. I don't want to do the thing. I want to support and love. I have no desire to do that. I'll call her a bitch. I call people fucking assholes all the time. I call Sunday a fucking dickhead, kid a fucking asshole, because they're being assholes. When they're being assholes, they're being assholes. Doesn't mean I don't support when they have successes. But like when someone says, for example, I wrote Sunday and I was like, holy shit, my video's blowing up. He didn't go, yeah, well, write me when you get 100,000 fucking views. Because that would be like, that's not supporting other people. That's shitting on someone else who finally got somewhere. You can critique and say, hey, don't get a big head about it. You still got a long way to go. Sure. But to just outright shit on people. Yeah, Sunday called me an asshole last night. This happens all the time. It's fine. As long as you're coming at it from the constructive position. But if you're going to start, and as she did, by saying, get over yourself. It's just some third-rate open-air Hamlet. It's like, no, that's a fucking acting gig. Fuck you. People work really hard to get the slightest goddamn fucking up in that thing. And you know this. She knows this. That's the worst part, is she fucking knows this. They work their asses off to get even the slightest gig. To shit on someone because it's a small thing. And by the way, out of the almost 4 million people who watched this, at least a few hundred people she spoke to directly and made them feel bad with that statement. Because they just got some gig that actually is smaller. That's gross. It's gross. It makes me angry. Just as like, it's just frustrating.
The resentment of Marxists and our long history of very successful podcasts. But the point of accusing your enemies of being fueled by resentment is that it gives you an excuse not to listen to them. Particularly if you dress it up in objective-sounding language about archetypes and the collective unconscious. You construct a community of people, Marxists, feminists, trans people, who are irrational and resentful and hateful, not like us. We are compassionate.
It's like, but you do the same thing. I've seen her do the same thing with transphobes or reactionaries or this or that. And it's like, it's the same fucking thing. It's the same exact thing.
Thoughtful. And in doing so, you exclude that group of people from the domain of legitimate political discussion. And there's a word for this. A word for when there are notes that are not being played, whose absence is assumed to be natural, and which help construct a political community through subjectification.
Social production within anti-oedipus.
And the word is ideology.
It's not ideology. It's not actually.
So it's always good to squat over the mirror and take a good hard look at your own ideology sometimes. 'Cause if you don't do the thinking, someone else will do the thinking for you. Hate.
They will. But I don't mean the Jews, probably. I'm skipping this. I can't do this. What the fuck?
Dream. You probably heard of them.
And that's the ad. That's it. That's it. I mean, she had this fucking whole
He is a
bit.
businessman, a father, and an entrepreneur in the field of direct petrochemical supply. He is promising to give our brave police heroes much stronger powers to fight the firebugs and the anti-fire woke brigade. Ivan is the leadership that London needs. He'll keep us safe and sound. He's always taken care of me. He's the best big brother a girl could ask for.
I don't even know what the fuck is going on. Just, I don't. I don't even know what's going on. It's incest coding so that you won't admire the character, she said so explicitly in a live stream. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? In that entire thing, she ends up literally doing the thing so you won't like the character that she says you shouldn't be doing by the end of it. That Jordan Peterson creates classes of people and labels them as immoral so that way you won't listen to them. And she does that explicitly by choice without it being ironic, so you won't like this character. I need you to, is that what you're saying? Because I thought the fucking point of her video, and if it's like, I'm going to try to take like the moral of the story kind of thing, is people create narratives utilizing archetypes that, thanks to the way that we fuck with things, creates wording of segregation that we won't listen to X, Y, or Z person or this or that thing. Oh, that person is MAGA. That person supports Trump. That person is a Marxist. It's dismissing outright the entirety of them and totalizing them as a thing we don't need. And this is ideology as she has described it, which it's not, but fine. But that is a thing that we need to watch for. And when people do that, you need to ignore them. And then she literally is doing it in this. The arsonist character, I don't care about that. If I have to watch 10 videos in order to get the point of why she's got a third of this video written the way she does with nothing else, I can't. The arsonist? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't. Incest is morally neutral, whether you think it's gross or subjective. You're talking to the guy who fucking doesn't believe incest existed prior to capital. So there's a whole fucking conversation to be had there. But I'll pass on learning about the PhilosophyTube extended universe. Fucking. Grafton Tanner has a phenomenal book on Foreverism. Part of that is about how, just because I'm now going to step off of this, I can't do this. This video was shit. This video was awful. I think I'm going to charge a lot more before I do one more of these, because this like morally just is like a weight on my chest. But the idea of Foreverism, the critique that Grafton Tanner lays, is that we want to believe in permanence, nostalgia in the past so much that we do a great deal of things around that. One of the things that we do is we build extended universes. And I was at Lucasfilm. I worked at Lucasfilm and LucasArts for a long time. And I got to kind of watch as this shift happened. And it was kind of an amazing thing. There was always an extended universe to Star Wars, but it was fan-made. It was a very unique way that it came about. I have a Wikipedia page. That's how fucking long I was at Lucasfilm. Yes, Wikipedia is a thing. Not a joke. That's not a joke. That's not a joke. The way that fans and things made is there was what was called canon. The canon was the films. That was it. And even not all the films. The way that these things sort of came out is George and other people who wrote them, because George didn't write the movies. He didn't really know the story of all of them beforehand, whatever anyone wants to say. They were written ad hoc. The first movie was written, and it was an accident that it was a success. They wanted more, so he hired a woman to write them, claimed it for himself, fired her, rewrote some minor things, and went about his time. Now, what was in there was ad hoc shit. When they decided to do Empire, he explicitly realized, because he had all of the toy rights, that he wanted to make more toys. So he created the bounty hunters. Specifically, that scene is specifically that. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had scenes like that. So the awareness of making things for toy makers, making things for his own pockets, and building the movies in a certain way was done. Now, at this point, what is the story of Star Wars? Well, it's just the movies. There's no extended universe. It's just the things that happened in the films. And they're enjoyable. Don't get me wrong. I think the first Star Wars is a phenomenal children's film. And they're all children's films. But what happened at some point is those kids got older. It's a weird thing that happens. And immediately as those kids got home after Return of the Jedi, the world realized that they could make more Star Wars. And so they started making animated series. They started making books. They started making anything they could, comics, baseball cards, whatever it was. But there's not enough stuff in the films. There's just not. Films don't have a lot of things in it. It's really horrifying. So they started making up stuff. They started going through and naming all the guys in the fucking cantina background. And all of the guys in Jabba's palace suddenly had names that they didn't before. They didn't have names at all. No one, they were fucking elephant guy. It wasn't Max Rebo. It was fucking insane. So over time, those toys and those books and everything made around it wasn't really canon because it was off of it. But they had to fit somehow. And what happened is people bought these collectible things, not realizing that they weren't actually connected to the film in any meaningful way. And that they were produced literally to sell. One of my favorite stories ever is they made a Christmas Vader one year. Hasbro did. And it was a collector's one. It was for Christmas. it was red. They didn't sell out of them. They didn't sell a lot. So they got a ton of them returned. So they released a fucking Valentine's one by painting it pink, it's by reshaping it and sending it back out. It's the most insane shit, but people buy this stuff, and people didn't know that they weren't connected. And so what you did when you got this stuff home is you made sense of the character. You made those stories. You made them. Like literally, like if I've got, if you can't see, I have my original Snoodles. Did you know that's called Snoodles? That's Snoodles. That's fucking Snoodles. The sexy singer, Snoodles. Yeah. So what's Snoodles' backstory? Well, when I was a kid, I had an entire story. And I had a Max Rebo, all the guys, and all the shit, and telling the stories. Everyone told stories. We made sense of the characters, and then books came. We made sense of them. We integrated them into a larger thing. Because what we wanted was that stability. It's a weird shift in how storytelling changed. For a long time, movies and books and stories were just that story. Like that was it. Even stories that were sort of ongoing, they were part of a very specific whole, but there wasn't like an extended universe. If I read Proust's In Search of Lost Time, if I read Swann's Way, that's a book. If I read all of In Search of Lost Time, it's magnificent. But at no point would I say it's like the extended universe of Swann's Way. It's the entire story. Because the author's building it. It's all that. Well, at some point, and this happened in like the 90s, there started to be a switch in what licensing meant. This is actually really fascinating history of licensing. Because in the 80s, you have to remember, toys were built by the companies that made the cartoons. So Lucasfilm had all the rights to toys with Hasbro and kind of managed that. Transformers was made by the company who made the Transformers. G.I. Joe was made by the company. Like they produced toys to go with shows. They were a marketing and production vehicle for capital. As I like to say, the best investment cost per ounce of oil is toys. It's the best way per ounce of oil to get it sold. So that was the way it's set up. But in the 90s, they started seeing that people wanted more outside things. They wanted to build and see, I want to see C-3PO in this environment. I want to see this character in this other world. And crossovers sort of started to happen. But it was an eventual thing that was done in universe. It wasn't a license per se. These started to happen, but again, they weren't thought of in the same way. There are amazing examples of Saturday morning cartoon crossovers that would not have happened today. It's not like it's a lot like Spider-Man for the longest time wasn't part of the Marvel universe. That's how most of intellectual property worked till the 2000s. See, in the 2000s, when George went back to the bucket, they started having a second thing. Lucasfilm is generally at the front of this. They started having a second thing happen. Everyone was giving them money to do anything. And you're talking about silly sums of cash to have R2-D2 and C-3PO sell a car, or in Europe sell TVs. It's one of my favorite ads. Like, it's this entire thing that suddenly they knew they could sell, because now it wasn't just kids. Because Lucasfilm realized what had happened is kids, people who were 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 with the first films, which means they were born in 1972-ish, they were now 30 with an 8-year-old of their own. And if you can get those kids as kids, that's great. But we need to get the adults too. So we started licensing. They started licensing and building out stuff for adults because they could do adults and kids. And their goal was to build what they called the treadmill. This is the word they used. Because in a treadmill, you feel like you're moving forward, but you're not. And if you can get kids early on into Star Wars, they will always be into it. And they will get their kids into it. And they will get their kids and their kids. This was their theory kind of for the eternity of Star Wars. So intellectual property started growing and changing. And one of those things that it did, it happened at a time when the internet started to grow. So you got things like the 501st. I have a bunch of friends in the 501st. I've done a bunch of charity stuff with them. Really, really, really amazing people. They are people who dress up as generally, I know there's a few Jedi and others, but generally stormtroopers of various types and bounty hunters. And they go around and like we would hire them for events, even like because they have really good outfits, better than we would be able to hire otherwise. So they'd like pretend to be security, or they'd walk around E3 or GDC. We hired them for PAX a few years. It was really fun. They're really great guys. And the way that they worked is they actually had names in universe and all this setup. It was awesome. But those guys were like that old school thing. What started to happen was as people sort of noticed that they didn't have to dedicate all their time to being 501st. 501st people were always 501st people. That was their thing. And my buddy Spike, who I've known for a very long time, 501st is his thing. He did not do any other cosplaying. 501st was everything. If you've never seen the 501st, it's fucking crazy. And it's worthwhile as a thing to sort of know that this exists. I'm always stunned by this shit. This is the 501st Legion website. This is a real fucking thing. They have their own booths everywhere. The number of people and what they do is incredible. And they're really generally pretty cool, to be very frank. That's not AI. These are people with their real outfits that they've made, sourced. It's incredible. There are thousands of them. They do a lot of Make-A-Wish shit, a lot of kids stuff, a lot of show-ups on things. It's really, really fun. I think that's actually at E3. I think that one's actually, I know that one. I think that's E3. But the 501st is everywhere. But they're generally guys who only do this. You kids don't know of a time where this was the case, because now people make their way out of that. And they do lots and lots of cosplaying. And they switch between one IP and another and another and another. And also IPs began to mingle. And suddenly that thing that was there, which was the steady Star Wars, everyone knew growing up, and you had a setup. Here's where the movies and these are the books. Suddenly it grew into a diaspora. This coincided with one of the more horrific moments when the 501st is around and will be forever. They're not going anywhere. Good people, go say hi to them. If you're into Star Wars, join. They're pretty cool. They literally have like classes on how to build the costumes. Like it's fascinating. But the way that the thing happened then is it shifted. They'd spend years dedicated to this one thing. But as the diaspora happened, as IP began to sort of shift, you didn't have that steady thing from the filmmaker. Suddenly there was more content than you could ever know. There were more books than you could ever know. There was more video games. Like how many Star Wars video games existed prior to 2008? Fucking 40, 45, 50 plus. I mean, if you talk about, additional content or appearances, or you talk about comic books, like the story universe wasn't unified. It wasn't. All these things were done kind of ad hoc when they could be found and people did them. So the real fascinating sort of shift happened when George decided to take back control of his intellectual property. And it was a big moment internal to Lucasfilm and with the really hardcore fan community. And it had to do with the Mandalorians. And it was a weird moment at Lucasfilm. And I think for IP, I consider this, and it was just because I happened to be there, I think, but I consider this like a seminal moment, like one of those, the fulcrum of tilting, all that shit. For years, the Mandalorians were in the films only kind of known by Boba Fett and like Jango Fett. I was like at best. But there's a couple authors, one specifically, who had written insane backstories on the Mandalorians. Like there are books about them that are like developing languages and culture, and people had gotten deeply invested in these books. Again, this is what extended universe used to mean. It was all of these things, and people would memorize it, learn it. They'd learn to speak the Mandalorian shit. It was wild. And then George, because he wanted to bring Boba Fett back in the Clone Wars TV series, and he wanted to bring Boba Fett back, killed all of it. Like he didn't care about any of it. He retconned it, and it was this huge fucking travesty. It was, people were really upset. That switch and that change to this is what the author wants isn't really that. This is what people talk about. They're like, look, the author, George created it and he wants that. George didn't really create fucking Star Wars. Go read the history on who wrote it and who came up with characters and all that shit. It's a little different than that. George was the owner of it. He was the capitalist behind Star Wars. But the vast majority of stuff you love, he didn't actually do. And also, if he had been able to have the final edit of the film, no one would ever have cared about Star Wars. Think of Elon Musk and how he made Tesla and SpaceX. It's the same kind of shit. So what it is the capital owner of Star Wars switched it from this, which is people who were emergently building and growing and doing all this stuff. That changed to being top down because the owner says this. And what is canon 1? This was a sea change. And this happened in 2008, 2009. This was like a big fucking change. And it's a completely, I don't think Elon Musk founded Tesla. Just to say, Elon Musk did not found Tesla. It was a couple other guys who he ran out and then actually made them sign paperwork that he was a founder despite only ever having put money in years after. I mean, he's a bullshit artist. He's a liar. And so Elon Musk is a liar who's never engineered or built anything. And what he did with Path of Exile has been his entire career. But that's most of these people. Thank God for George Lucas's ex-wife is right. Because I still stand by, I believe A New Hope is like basically a perfect version of itself. But that change is a big deal. Because when we had before, it was audience demands, market demands fueled books that were made. People who wanted to make them offered that. Publishers, Random House, would go, okay, this works too, this works too, this works too, and runs with that. So they would do movies, they would do books on Han. Lots of early stuff was like Han romance shit. As they would get going, they'd have more diversified, kind of a lot of weird side stories. They did stuff with, one of my favorites I learned about is the Force Witches and the sentient Rancors who were force wielding, which is, by the way, fucking cool concept. But again, someone spent years doing nothing but building out the Mandalorians because that's what her books were about. It's what she cared about. She really enjoyed doing it. The capital owners, not the creators of any of this, the owners of this, got rid of that and changed it to what capital demands top down. This is a very different way of creating. It's unique to the time we're in. It's something that exists maybe specially only in the time we're in. We like to think that, oh, well, we're democratized. We have the ability to have all this content and we have so much in front of us. But you have to remember what is getting made is what has been allowed to be made. And allowed to be made is what is decided by a very, very small group of shitheads. It's no longer we don't really care about what books get made because it's not really our core business. George, for years, just kind of ran Lucasfilm like a licensing thing. He was more focused on ILM and he was working towards second films. And all the licensing was, it was Rothman's and a few others things. It's not. But then it switched and now they have committees at the top because the business people came in, knew what they could get. Disney has all of it. And they go, this is what we think the market will allow. Doesn't matter what people want to make. They don't give a fuck. It's top down, top down, top down. And it's the kind of thing that eliminates the meaning created by the fans, the emergent fans. So you end up in a really weird place where now when we hear about Star Wars or we hear about story worlds or extended universes, we get invested because we have to. Marvel is maybe the only company who will ever be able to do what they did. But the way that it works, it's lame how people refuse to read Legends. I'm going to get to it because that's exactly where I'm going. The Marvel made it so that the only way you could understand or enjoy the final film in full, and I mean this, is having seen and read and understood every single fucking thing that's in it. There are references that I didn't watch all the movies. I don't know half the fucking people in that final scene. If you never saw Guardians of the Galaxy, you'd be just confused. If you never saw the Marvel's films, you can't really watch Guardians of the Galaxy 3 in order with the others. It necessitates that not only do you consume all of that stuff, but that you only consume the right stuff. That's the big deal. It's no longer, hey, some guy made a really good comic, I'm going to read that. It's, no, is this part of canon? Is this canon? Is this canon? That's the whole deal. And so all that matters is proper consumption in the proper order, in the proper way for us to get to that point. And so consumption of extended universe, developing out that extended universe, knowing what will be around and having the ability and desire to go after those things. This is foreverism, because I can't handle being invested in a character who will die and go away. Because if I do get invested and they die and go away, it will be wasted. They will have to come back. There's a great version of this because it's gone amok ever since George did this, and it changed the face of entertainment. I mean this. It changed the face of entertainment. Before that, people did kill characters. It wasn't like, it's not George R.R. Martin and everyone's like, Game of Thrones, I can't believe they're fucking killing. It's like, we used to do that shit all the time. They used to have, what the fuck are you talking about? But if you haven't seen, Jesus Christ, it's the only good movie in the trilogy. The 1 second, 2 seconds. Sorry. Jesus Christ, why am I not? It's no, not that. It's God, this is how you know I've been going too long, because it's a movie I really love. It's a James Bond takeoff of the sort of secret service spy agency that exists out of a tuxedo haberdashery, and they try out a bunch of people. God damn it, I'm just not able to. Kingsman, thank you. The Kingsman is like the best example of how fucking insane this has gotten, because it's a very particular moment in the film. Sorry, spoilers. But the reason the Kingsman is great is because they fucking kill not only a major actor, but a main character right as you don't think he's going to. And they do it in a way where you watch the bullet go through his goddamn head and you watch him hit the ground. Like, you see death. He's dead. There's no coming back from it. And then the next movie, they brought him back. And they made sure he was healed and safe with like magic bandages. It was a weird moment, but why did they bring him back? If you go back and you watch interviews, it's my favorite thing, because the director was like, hey, everyone's asking, is that actor coming back? We're going to find a way. And it's like, wait, what? No one was asking. No, there's nobody. Nobody was like, hey, is that actor coming back? The one who we watched get shot through the head. They made up their own hype and then sniffed it and then believed it. They huffed their own shit. And so they brought him back in the next movie, and it's insane. The whole movie's shit, but it's that same mentality of like, what the fuck? So here we are in a world where we have overall all of this absolute garbage that's being shoveled out in every single direction. Top down, things no one wants. Did anyone here want the fucking game from Massive's a phenomenal studio out of Ubisoft? No one wanted that fucking scavenger smuggler fucking bullshit game that they put out for Star Wars. No one wanted that. No one wanted that. No one wanted that. People want good games, but those people don't get the money to develop that because they're not necessarily commercially viable, because they're not necessarily supported, because they're not necessarily in line with what the people at Disney want. And you have to go through all of that. I ran licensing for Avatar. So you want to talk about difficult people. I worked for John Landau, rest in peace, and James Cameron directly, with Kathy Franklin, who was my direct boss. And we were in charge of the entire Avatar franchise, which is not a small franchise. And we had very particular tastes. One of the reasons I was hired was because Jim and John wanted someone who would make sure that you wouldn't have terrible, overdone games. The first Ubisoft game they were really unhappy with. They didn't want that second thing to happen. I had won a bunch of games awards, and they were like, hey, we love your ideas. Come on in. So for 4 years, I spent time trying to earn enough political capital to get the Avatar game made that I wanted. And we got some of the way. The Avatar game that came out from Massive Studios, that was my project that I started, I kicked off, I got everything signed, but it's not what we originally signed or what we set up for or what I really wanted, because the challenge was, it wasn't what Jim wanted. As much as Jim is James Cameron, is that guy. He's that fucking guy. He is fucking James Cameron, and he is that in real life. John Landau's bigger than the world, and these people are incredible, and they have more political capital than you'd think than anyone. But even they can't go against the money that is needed for them to keep functioning, to make the movies they want, to be part of that machine. And necessarily, it comes down to who can give the most money, who can support a game, who can put the most money in for a license, and you just can't give a license away. You just can't give a license away. We had phenomenal game pitches from some amazing studios that I genuinely love, like genuinely love. I wish I could say their names, like studios that you would go, oh my God, and people and thoughts. And it was incredible. But in the end, you can't, because the money isn't there. And if you're not making money, you don't get to keep your job, even if you work for Jim. That's it. You can't help it. And it's a lot of work. And these games are incredibly expensive. And so you end up in this problem, because once upon a time, Lucasfilm Games was Tim Schafer and a handful of assholes in a warehouse who just were 3 people making Zack McCracken or Monkey Island. And they could get away with putting out an entire game with 2 or 3 people. But you can't do that anymore, because people need live services. They need multiplayer, and they need the infrastructure that supports that. And what people don't get is that the infrastructure to support those things, to be able to play with your friends, costs every company who's putting it together per user dollars a month, which is insane to consider. So you need to make that much money per user to justify overtime in the P&L, and you're fucked. Like this, sorry, it's just turned into a fucking rant, but we end up in a position now. And it's why I think the economy is in the position it's in, and I'm seeing it in everything. I have friends in film and TV. Nothing's being funded because they don't need to, because friends in the office are pulling enough subscriptions and keeping people on their services that they don't need new shows. They're blowing money on hit or miss stupid shit that's out the corner, reality shows, other things, but they don't need it. So there's no money going into these things anymore, not like there was. Video games, it's gigantic hits or misses. Ubisoft needs to land this next one or they're in fucking trouble. This new Assassin's Creed, which I hear is possibly good. I don't know. But even Marvel Rivals, which lands and has 200,000 concurrents on Steam, and then like a month later drops to like 15,000 concurrents, and then down below that and down below that. You just can't keep it up. Grafton Tanner takes all of this and he pulls it together and he starts talking about, hey, what is it about us that demands that things stick around forever, that they have this permanence, this attachment? Because part of that drive with why we need to have all of the different things that come out, why we have to have all of the extended universes, why we have to do all those things, why is it that we are attracted to it? And it's the stability of knowing that the time we've spent and valued won't go to waste, because we consider loss a waste. Foreverism's worth reading. I highly, highly recommend it. I highly, highly recommend it. The longest running video game universe. There's Ultima Online is still going. Like it's, these things go on and on and on, and all they have to do is keep enough people. And those numbers get very, very small, and they're not considered successful because, again, capital is not just simply do you make money. If it was, then sustainability would be all we'd care about. Capital is about variability for investors. That's the difference. It's a very important distinction most people completely fuck up in Marx. Marx isn't saying that a capitalist makes money off profit. No, someone makes money off profit. They've always done that. People used to trade spices in one place, buy it here where it's cheap, put it on fucking horses and take it to where it doesn't exist and sell it for a ton of money. That's not capitalism. That's mercantilism. That's shopping and buying and selling. Capitalism is, I have $1 million and I put $200,000 in yours because I expect an 8% return and this and that, and I don't do anything. And so the people who do invest in companies now and who do that, look at the companies that are the biggest winners. they're not the ones who produce the most or have the biggest profit. Tesla is $1 trillion company. Tesla is worth as much as all car companies in the world put together in stock. They sell 1/10 the number of cars that Hyundai sells. Just Hyundai. This isn't about production. It's not about profit. It's about potentiality of increase in my investment. And that number is the big deal. That number is the thing. So it doesn't matter if you make money. Doesn't matter how you're set up. None of this matters. What matters is, can you sustain it and can you hype it up to grow? NVIDIA lost, in one day, NVIDIA lost 3x what ExxonMobil ever was valued at. And NVIDIA doesn't have the same profits or margins that ExxonMobil has by any stretch. You can look at their P&Ls. We just don't care. That's just Hyundai America? No, Hyundai's 10 million cars. Is it just Hyundai America? That makes it worse. That can't be right. That can't be right. I thought it was Hyundai Global makes 10 million cars and Foreverism is Grafton Tanner. God damn it. Hyundai car production. Yeah, global sales of 4 million vehicles. Yeah, okay, so it's doesn't matter. It's like you just pick a fucking car company, and it's like Tesla sells 1/10 as much. It's fucking every one of them. It's so depressing. And then it's worth as much as all those. Why? It's because it's bullshit. Tesla messes Hyundai America in sales. One sec, we'll find this out. Seems that they do Hyundai America and Tesla Global. Tesla Global and Hyundai America do match. You're right. But, and again, Hyundai stock price is, I don't know what the fuck that value is, because that's not US dollars. What market is this? Oh, okay. Doesn't matter. What's their market cap? Let's find out what their market cap is in dollars. It's not pounds. I did not say pounds, you stupid thing. God damn it, I hate this. Sorry, 2 seconds, everyone. I'm terrible at this. Don't look to me for financial advice. That is not what this channel is. I thought it was KRW. Why did you not work, Google? Yeah, so they're 300. Yeah, it's, oh my God. It's just very, very frustrating. Hyundai America is not a large part of their own business. It's growing mostly in Asia. Fair. I can be specific. I should be specific and get that right. But the point is that we can take a look. For example, we'll go with America. Ford cars, 2024. Ford global sales. Come on. Ford global sales. Ford worldwide was 4.4 million vehicles. Tesla 2024 sales was 1.7 million global. And Ford's market cap is 36 billion versus $1 trillion for Tesla. And by the way, Ford's sales were up this last year. Tesla's were down 5%. Still in that, because it doesn't matter. Yeah, Ford sells as many F-150s as Tesla sells vehicles, but sales don't matter. Again, that's not where we are. We're in the place of speculation and honestly stocks as meme coins. That's why the meme coin thing worked so fucking well for Trump, and genuinely why everyone should be utterly terrified that that's where we're at, that it's straight up flat Ponzi schemes visibly by leadership. That's where we are, is speculation. I mean, yeah, it's all rug pulls, but it's a particular kind of rug pull. If you haven't been watching, it's one of my favorite things that happened recently. The guy, if you haven't watched CoffeeZilla, it's worth watching the entire interview. But the guy behind Millier's debacle with the Libra currency for Argentina, the guy who was behind it, who's pulled out $100 million, is also the team behind Melania coin, and talked about how like they were all sniping it, the people behind it, literally sitting and sniping it as it went live. And that also Trump coin did the same thing, that it's all insider trading and all insider scamming, and they all love it. And this is where we are. This is America. So when people talk about where we're at and the country we're in, it's important to remember on top of all this, and I'll leave it with this, and we'll figure out. I'll probably send you guys over to because I think Kid Notkin's actually streaming tonight, which would be lovely to throw him a hello. And I'm finishing up because I'm so tired now. That's 4 hours. That's very nicely long enough. So we'll send you over to Kid Notkin after this. But the thing to remember, and it's hard because it's easy to get demoralized. And this is true for, by the way, if you're a fan of Elon and Trump, if you're depressed, wherever you're at, it's easy to get demoralized because it makes you think, wow, the whole world is the opposite of me or this or that. All of this is exactly how the world's been. Things don't change that much. There is no way to change the world in an instant. This is just revealing and showing us how we've been and the things that we need to begin working to change. Actually, I should check. If he's streaming about PhilosophyTube, I'll send you somewhere else. Because that would be, that's too much for you. I don't want to do that to you. That is a fair statement. And he is not. Could be watching some politics. So with that, I'm going to say, hey, thank you all for joining. I'll make a video out of this. Don't worry. I'm gonna cut up a lot. I've got earlier videos that I need to go through and cut up. I've got PhilosophyTube stuff. All of it's coming out when it does. Then I've got the Prudentialist. We'll get a couple of these other streams sort of cut up into videos, and then be watching, because end of next week, I'm going to be buckling up. I'm going to be getting some Red Bull, and we are going to do plastic pills. Sorry, I disassociated. So everyone buckle up, because next week it's going to be great. I'm going to get a bunch of Red Bull. We're going to sit down and do a stream, and I'm going to do plastic pills. It's going to be a lot. It'll be the plastic pills anti-oedipus video. It will literally take us probably 8 hours, because every sentence is wrong, and it's wrong in a really particular set of ways. But before I go out, I just want to say, as always, I'm always genuinely shocked that my streams get the views they do. We talk about what is much more drier stuff, difficult subjects. I try to make it entertaining, and I really am glad that you people find a lot of this stuff more fun. And the Plastic Pills React is not public anywhere. That's a long story. I will just say I was not, it was like 6 of us, and we were not mature about it. So it has been scrubbed, and it is not anywhere to be found. Trust me, it's not anywhere to be found. But this is going to be much more of a critique, because it's a painful, painful video. If you like what I do, please do support the channel. Likes, subscriptions, all that fun stuff. Become a member, send a super chat or a thanks. Joining the DGQC is the best way, because having you in us and hanging out and chilling with us and building on what we've built is the best way for us to do this. We're here to help you learn, and by us teaching you, we learn more. That's how it works. It's a self-referencing, self-positive circle. It's wonderful. So please join up. And of course, Patreon is the best way. If you can, patreon.com/DGQC. You can also go over there. It's free. Also, there's a paid tier, but it's free too. There's no content we ever do that's paywalled. It's not really our thing. So do drop notes. Let me know segments, books, and other stuff you'd like me to do. With that, I'm going to send you over to Kid and thank all of you so very